Listo, transmitiendo en vivo, si quieren revisar.
Hola Hugo, buenos días.
¿Cómo estás, Claudio?
¿Y tú?
Bien.
¿Qué hora es?
6:46 acá.
Aquí todavía no hemos llegado a las 6.
Qué rico.
Sí, el
Está muy
frío.
frío, sí, aquí está heladísimo.
Espera, conectamos a Michelle.
Bueno, nos vemos en un ratito. ¿Ah?
Vale.
¿Vas a buscar café?
Voy a buscar café.
Bueno.
Ya nos vemos. Chao.
Chao.
Hi, Claudio. Daniela.
Hi,
Nice to
Michelle.
meet you.
Hola,
Yeah.
Michelle.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Your students' work are great. Yeah.
Oh, yours too.
So
Thank you.
Yours too, you like it?
Yeah. Sorry. Stunning. Your students' work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You like it?
Yes. Yes, I like it. Yeah.
They are still recovering.
Yeah. Because of the amount of work they dedicated to this.
Mhm.
Can you hear me well?
Sorry.
What time is it in China?
It's like 9, right?
No. 7 o'clock actually.
Oh, okay.
7 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay.
The evening. But
So
the sky is still bright. Yeah.
So for you, it is like hard, but it's not the worst time scenario, right?
Yes. It's a good time for us actually because it's 7 o'clock, just after the dinner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can work all day and then connect to this.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to wake up very early, right?
Yeah. Today I wake it up at almost 4 a.m. So
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah.
so we are like having
The
tons
coffee.
of coffee. I will if I could I will inject it directly, you know.
Okay, I see.
¿Será que pongo el video mientras se conectan todos? El micrófono apagado.
Que sí, te preguntaba si tú vas a manejar la presentación.
Ah, no sé, ¿con qué? Si la pones tú y comparte el video o lo pongo yo.
Dale tú, por favor.
Okay. Tom is connected. So I see Tom there.
Hello. Hola,
Hello.
Claudio.
Yes.
It's Antonio here. Antonio Liptay.
Hi, Antonio. How are you? I
Hola,
cannot see you.
¿qué tal?
Claudio, can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
Would you mind sending me the meeting ID by email? Because I have issues with my microphone on this computer, so I need to.
Connect via mobile or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Buenos días, Claudio. Buenos días, Daniela.
Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, gracias.
Qué bueno.
José Guillermo.
Hola, ¿cómo les va?
Bien, bien. Franco, hola. Hola, Manola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Dani, voy un minuto a enviarle el correo a Antonio.
Ok.
No te preocupes, Claudio, got it.
Ya lo envié a Antonio,
Gracias.
pero espero pueda funcionar.
Sí, y ahí estoy con los dos identidades.
Okay, well,
Morning. Hello, everybody. Caracas here.
hi, how are you? Okay, hello. So, Tom is already here. Hi, Tom, how are you?
Hi, Claudio. Very well. How are you?
Hello, Tom. Good evening.
Hi, Daniela. You're a bright blue background.
Yes.
So, what, Justina?
She's lost the link. She can't get in somehow.
Oh my God, she need it? We can send it to her.
Send it to her.
Okay.
So it's late dinner time here, or early dinner time, your time. It's 9 o'clock in the night.
Okay. Well, for
Here,
us,
it's not even breakfast time.
What, 9 p.m. is not breakfast?
okay, we send it to her. Well, I think we should start. There are some other professors that will join us.
No, I got all these and I cannot connect.
So I sent, Tom, I sent the link to Justina.
By email. Thank you very much.
Yeah, by email. And we are waiting. Antonio is here. Hi, Antonio. How are you? You could do it.
Thank you. I'm
Also,
here. Thank you very much.
Lawrence is here as well.
I
Hi,
saw
Lawrence.
Hugo just a moment ago.
Hello,
Yeah,
everyone.
who is here?
Yeah, hi, Tom. Nice to see
Hey,
you
Hugo.
again. Hi.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, Thank you very much for being here. We will start now. We have to start. We have a very long journey of discussions and comments, etc. And well, the first thing that I want to say is that thank you very much for being here. It's not easy to gather, you know, these different timetables, late evening for some of you, very early for some of us. But we are very happy to do this, to actually to be here and to see the results of this, what we call this the academic experiment. So thank you very much for being here. Well, so I will share my screen now. And I will start. Well, it was amazing to have you working on this since 2 weeks ago, and for us was a very, you know, we are very happy about the results, about the commitment, about the different kind of approaches, the diversity of this, and that was the main idea. The main idea of this was the challenge of this was to build up this kind of collection of images and statements about the future of the city. Remember that we called this a non-fictional city about the discussion we had the very first session. It is very much, which is why we have this blue background today, the non-Macondo, just to explain to the guys that are here and whoever knows Macondo and Gabriel Garcia Marquez, is this discussion about the fantastic behind of the reality. The reality itself is a fiction, and it is much more stronger than fiction itself. So that was the main scope of the beginning, and we call this the first global workshop because and that is a very important word there, imaginary, because the idea was to build up this kind of atlas of images that at the end, in all the, you know, the collection of images, built up this kind of huge statement about the future. Yeah, because we have different approaches, we have different positions, we have diversity of positions in terms of the country, in terms of the university, in terms of the intellectual, I don't know, philosophies behind those statements regarding the professors and so on. But at the end, the main idea was to build up this huge statement as a collection of images. So just to reread the introduction, now as a conclusion, actually, pollution, violence, the collapse of health and transportation system, global warming, the 2020 pandemic, isolation and social distancing have abruptly positioned the city as an apparent fictional scenario. The other, or the otherness, the fear, the outside, its new relationship with the domestic, the new space inhabited by networks and technologies promote relationships that must be explored from the architectural perspective. This workshop suggests new ways of making the so-called evident fictional city perceivable, being able to represent it from existing technologies, promoting synopsis and alternatives about changes in the circumstances as a way to contribute to the world reflection of the future. So what comes next? We will now read, just to remember, not all the statement of the trigger, but the trigger itself about from each university.
Yes, so several universities join us. All of them are here right now. We'll start, we just mentioned the trigger. Each university has like a certain interest. So that's why we see in the exhibition like different scales, different approaches, and for sure different outcomes. So University of Melbourne, they are working with Ruin by Design, Don't Blame Pangolins, couple urban and natural systems. And the professor is Justina Karakiewicz. Next, please. South China University of Technology, they are working with distancing culture, a solution for the post-pandemic Chinese cities, and the professors are Michelle Lin, Ke Xian, and Ivor Wan Kim. Universidad Central de Venezuela, they are working with the trigger Caracas Being Heterodox, with professors Alessandro Familietti, Jose Alejandro Santana, and Juan Carlos Parilli. Universidad de Buenos Aires, they are working with Boundary City, Spaces Under Compression, and the faculty are Agustina Lainez, Tristan Diegues, and Axel Friedman. Universidad de Monterrey, they are working towards a new life in, and they will explain a little bit that, led by Viviano Villarreal. Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, they are working with the trigger archaeology of the immediate future, and the faculty are Hugo Mondragón and Manuela Ogalde. Universidad Simón Bolívar, Habitat at Three Scales, City, Neighborhood, and Home, Post-Pandemic Visions for Cities, and the professors are Guillermo Frontado, Franco Micucci, and Manuel Barrios. Architectural Association, they are working with the trigger at home, the pandemic localism and urban resilience, with the professor Lawrence Barth. And us, Universidad de los Andes, we're working with New Territories, Fantastic Realities, and we are Claudio Rossi and Daniela Tencio.
So, just to since we are broadcasting this, kind of streaming this on other channels, just to remember that the final outcome was to collect all these images into kind of platforms. The first platform was Miro, which have this kind of virtual exhibition. Actually, we call it the non-exhibition, since we're playing with this kind of what it is and what is not in the fictional scenarios. The other one is a booklet, which is the one that we are seeing now. I think we will actually let these two platforms open until the 31st of July for now. Then we will see if this could be open a little bit longer or whatever. So this was the exercise actually to collect this and to see all this kind of huge panorama about all the different positions from the different universities regarding the trigger that Daniela just mentioned. Well, thank you very much. So we are going to present the jury panel. We divided into rounds since some of you are very, very busy and some of you are very, very late. So we want just to keep open the discussion until, all the session, today's session, and open to everyone to join in both moments. So for our first round will be Stefano Ueri, which is, founder of Stefano Ueri Architecti, a well-known architect and president of the Fondazione Triennale di Milano. He will join us a little bit later on today. So he will be with us in any moment.
Odile Decq, actually she will be here at 6:30. She apologized earlier, but we will just make an introduction, or maybe we can wait for her to join and we can introduce her. So maybe we can continue with the next one.
Okay, Tom, which is here, he's with us. Tom is professor of architecture and is recognized for for his pioneering work in design, digital environments, and design management, has held senior leadership roles in several universities as dean and pro vice chancellor. He was the founding co-director of LEARN, the Learning Environments Applied Research Network, delivering multidisciplinary research on learning and architecture, and was founding director of AURIN, the Australian Urban Research Information Network, that developed the National Digital Infrastructure Both Network hosted by the University of Melbourne. He has published over 180 publications in academic, professional, and popular channels. He is currently founding Dean of the School of Design at South University of Science and Technology. Welcome, Tom. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We also have here with us Antonio Leftai. He's the director of the Master in Urban Project on the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Antonio holds a bachelor degree in architecture from the same university, and a Master in Science in City Design and Social Science at the London School of Economics and Political Science. After completing his graduate studies, he worked at the offices of Bohigas Martorell and Mackay and David Shepperfield Architects, and the LSE Cities think tank of urban studies with Ricky Bordet and Richard Sennett. Between 2003 and 2005, he worked as an urban advisor for the municipalities of Camden and Southwark in London, as part of the teams that elaborated the guidelines for the development of the public spaces of King Cross International and national train stations, as well as for the areas surrounding the expansion of the Tate Modern. Upon his return to Chile, he founded Mobile Arquitectos in 2006, along with his partners, Patricio Brown and Sebastián Morandé. The company expanded in 2012, incorporating partners Maria Jose Martinez and Lorena Perez. During these 13 years, Mobile has developed projects in the areas of transportation, infrastructure, health, housing, and public spaces. His main projects include the design of public spaces in the Toro and Santo Domingo Hills in Valparaíso, Chile, the renovation of Plaza de Maipú in Santiago, Chile, the design of Clínica Bicentenario, Clínica Las Condes, and Clínica Bupa in Santiago, Chile. The design of the stations for line seats of the metro in Santiago, Chile, the design of the Ciruelillo building and Los Militares buildings in Santiago, Chile too, and the design of the 12 Cachagua building in Cachagua, Chile. He has taught at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, the London School of Economics, and University of East London. And currently, he's the director of the Master of Urban Projects at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, as we mentioned in the beginning. Welcome, Antonio. We're really happy to have you here.
Well, Professor Oscar Grauer, I don't know if he's here. I cannot see my screen, but I will present him. He has been visiting professor and lecturer at Harvard University, MIT, University of Pennsylvania, and la Universidad Federal do Rio de Janeiro. He graduated as an architect from Universidad Simón Bolívar, Venezuela, holds a Master of Architecture and in Urban Design and Doctor of Design degree, both of Harvard University. He's a member of the National Academy of Engineering and Habitat of Venezuela, a lifetime position, and founder and director of Ecopolis Group. He's occupied the position of a Robert F. Kennedy visiting professor and visiting scholar at David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies, both at Harvard University. For the past 8 years, he has been visiting professor and lecturer at Harvard University, MIT, University of Pennsylvania, and the Universidad Federal del Rio. He founded and chaired the Urban Design Master Program at Metropolitan University, Caracas, Venezuela. He has conferred national awards of architecture and urbanism in Venezuela, has worked as a consultant in Latin America, has published books, chapters, and articles, lectured and advised doctoral students in Europe, North and South America. So, Oscar, if you're around, welcome and thank you for being here. Well, so thank you very much, everyone, for being here. The idea, well, as we mentioned in some of several, kind of messages and mails, etc. Since this huge amount of work, etc., what we wanted to achieve is very much like an open discussion, like, a debate. We call it, we ask for the juries to go, we call it like fishing. I don't know what word we wanted to use, but at the end was that, just to go in that kind of ocean of images and statements and so on, and try to collect some, I don't know, some kind of, positions or some comments made on transversal positions, or maybe to connect something that are a little bit here or there. So what we wanted to do now is to open the discussion with all of you. And I don't know who wants to start with this discussion.
Yes, feel free to ask some questions or make any comments to the students and the faculty as well.
Yeah, we have this session open until 10, but the first round will end at 8 a.m. so we can have a break and then start another round of discussion. So whoever wants to start, just raise a hand or jump in. Otherwise, I will try to call you. I don't know if Antonio or Tom that are already here. I don't see Oscar.
I can get started if you wish.
Yeah, Tom, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. It's the seed of a conversation which will go on for many hours, but I'll just throw something in like a grain of sand to start the oyster making the pearl or something, whatever the analogy you want. But I would just like to start by congratulating Claudio Daniela for conceiving this, and then actually for pulling it off. Right now we have 130 people online, and it's quite a feat to do this across so many cultures and so many time zones. I've run many online studios around the world over the years and know how hard it is to do this culturally, not alone technologically. And the second thing you set was this challenge to make in one drawing to encapsulate the challenge of the scenario that the students are proposing. I mean, that is astonishingly difficult to do, and to do it in 2 weeks. So congratulations to the students for pulling something off like this, because in that one image, you're trying to manage the questions of culture and society. In other words, our civilization and how it's being shaken right now with the parameters that are being changed. And the first thing I'd like to comment is I think it's very important that the students, by and large, have not come out with dark images, negative images. That's too easy. We can look at our time now and say that it's just a cataclysm, and yet there's some good coming out of it. And these are necessary traumas to our society to question what we are doing and where are our priorities? Why are we doing what we're doing? So I would like to start with a piece from a student from the University of Central Venezuela. It's page 90 of the booklet. And it's the power, if I can get to that image here. Let me see if I can share my screen to show you what I'm. Oop, no, I can't share my screen. Okay, can I? Yes.
You want me to ask for permissions to?
No. I'm sharing it. It's sorry,
Okay.
just.
You're sharing it.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this is the screen from Caracas, show a new educational network. Now, I went to this one because I went through the work from the students, and I wasn't fishing so much. If I could use the bad analogy, I was maybe using scuba diving and using my spear, and I was looking for, in particular, for challenges to my conception, and people who had a theoretical framing that then made an image that was a powerful theoretical statement. And this was one of the projects that did that for me. When a body goes into trauma, a human body, for example, if you have a stroke and your brain is damaged from a stroke, the body relearns. It frantically reorganizes itself to cope with the trauma. And this was a very powerful statement and image of that trauma that collectively the world is going through, and the way we need to relearn what a city is, and relearn, therefore, ourselves and our roles in the city. And as that concept of education being a big driver in that learning process, I thought was a very powerful image. So I would like to start by suggesting this is a point for discussion, is how are we going to get out of it? It's not by reconstruction, it's not by redesign, it's actually about fundamental relearning of civilization, as suggested by this this powerful image. So I congratulate the student there on making that image. The recovery comes from reconfiguration of our cognition as much as the other aspects of reconfiguration. So thanks for letting me have a chance to kick this off and put the jury into play.
Thank you, Tom. Who wants to jump in?
Audio, I could take it from there.
Yeah, we can barely hear you, Antonio. It was you, right?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And it's really amazing to see the effort and everybody involved. I found extremely...
Antonio, you need to speak louder. You need to speak louder.
We can barely hear you.
Let me see. So, no.
Hi.
Hi, Odile.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Antonio. Just a little bit louder, and that we will get it.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, my microphone is not great. So I tried to look at the whole presentation and try to come up with something that doesn't specifically point out a piece of work, but just to start the conversation and picking up from...
No.
We lost you, Antonio. We lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Now it's good?
Yeah. Fantastic.
Okay. So, all right. I'm sorry. It's too early, brother. So I also had this
No.
No, not working.
No, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you, but Odile is having some she cannot hear you. But go on, we will figure out how to fix this with her directly. Okay.
Okay. So this is a rare moment of planetary synchrony in a way. And the most amazing thing is that we're all aware of it. And somehow having this, big presence of the global South doing this workshop make me think about this process of being aware, and through technology, the synchrony that brings our idea of civilization and question our idea of civilization and question our behavior as society. So these are big questions that somehow this workshop made me think of. And there are more specific questions that I just would like to mention that although I found that the whole work is very positive, there's still questions about what would be the point of cities if in the near future they turn into liabilities. How do we make these cities opportunities for humans again? Then is the urbanization of a planet slowing down? At some point we're really fast growing, and this non-fictional cities make me think.
Lost you again.
Hello?
Okay, good. Again.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm not touching a button. Anyway. So I was saying that the organization of the planet is, the urbanization of the planet is slowing down, is it? Are we going to think about the speed of growth and how fast the planet is growing? It was said that by 2050, more than 80% of the population will be urban. Is urban a hazard today? And then what's the core concept in which sustainability rests? Isn't cooperation, solidarity, respect, and equality? Some of those concepts, I think, are very clear to me, at least, and during visiting the exhibition or the non-exhibition. So here's one, first piece of, conclusion, or provocation, that our social and spatial problems, our future social and spatial problems, are not necessarily the pandemic, the COVID. It's probably the awareness of the fragility of our ecosystems and our political structures. Later on during the conversation, I could highlight some of the work that I found more, clear around those ideas, and probably in the round of talking about specifically some work. But I will start with that, and I'm sorry about the microphone.
No, don't worry. Thank you, Antonio. Odile is joining us. Thank you very much, Odile. If you want, we can first present your bio, and then, because we were waiting for you, and then we can start a discussion. Thank you very much for being here. I will share now my screen. Go back to Odile's.
Hello, Odile. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
Odile Decq is the founder of Studio Odile Decq. She's a French architect and urban planner, international renown. Came in 1990 with her first major commission, La Banque Populaire de l'Ouest in Rennes, France. Since then, she has been faithful to her fighting attitude with diversifying and radicalizing her research. Being awarded the Golden Lion of Architecture during the Venice Biennale in 1997 acknowledged her early and unusual career. Other than just a style, an attitude, or a process, Odile Works materializes a complete universe that embraces urban planning, architecture, design, and art. Her multidisciplinary approach was recognized with the Jane Drew Prize in 2016, and she was honored with Architizer's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2017 for her pioneering work, but also her engagement and contribution to the debate of architecture. In 2018, she received an honorary fellowship from the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada in recognition of her outstanding contributions in building science, design, and education. The same year, in October, she received the ECC Architecture Award in 2018 for her contribution both as an architect and educator, and in November, an honorary fellowship for the Royal Institute of Architects in Ireland. Odile has been teaching architecture for the past 25 years. She has been invited to be a guest professor in prestigious universities such as Bartlett, the Consta Academy in Vienna, SCI-Arc, Columbia University, and more recently at Harvard Graduate School of Design. In France, she was head of the L'École Spéciale d'Architecture in Paris from 2007 to 2012. After teaching there for 15 years, following this experience, she created her own school in 2014, now located in Paris, the Confluence Institute for Innovation and Creative Strategies in Architecture, accredited by the Royal Institute of British Architects. Thank you so much, Odile, for being here, and welcome to this space.
I don't know, Odile, if you want to jump in and start this conversation about what you saw and the results of the exhibitions.
If you want, I just travel through all the images very fast twice with one person from my school that is close to me, but you don't see him. And I'm always fascinated when I look at such international workshop by the fact that ideas are crossing the world everywhere. And this is from different countries, very opposite places on the world, but ideas we can compare the ideas and we can look how the ideas are achieved or how they are questioned and how they propose something for or not, or just do a question. And it reminds me a lot from my students too. And what is interesting also, this is the split between the post-catastrophic ideas or the ideas after catastrophe, the ideas with hope and the idea without hope. So if all of that is now in the students' mind all over the world, and this is the same in my school where students are more international than French. And I have the feeling that young students, because for me, what is interesting, this is ideas from students. And I'm sorry, but I'm not interested by ideas by academical people. I'm just interested by students because this is an international for a workshop from students. And what I like is that they are very diverse. They are questioning the world. They try to question the situation. Some of them try to question the post-COVID without knowing really where we are going. So without doing real proposal for that, because nobody can do that today. And it's interesting the fact that they continue to dream. Some of them, not all of them, but some are quite prospective, in a prospective ways, and some are really in a way of just changing a little bit in the real world but I have the feeling that I'm always preferring the prospective one, because I always think that we have to stay optimistic, futuristic, whatever, to go on. And this is my general comments about what I've seen in that series of projects and proposals. But at the same time, the drawing, what? No, I hear something. And the drawings were fascinating at the same time. And there are also categories of representation, depending of schools, depending of the place, but not all. These are also cross-borders system. And this is very interesting to see that there are cross-borders ideas and way of representing architecture proposals. And it's not just local, because I'm worried about the question of becoming too much local, becoming too much enclosed in our little villages and the world, and not being able to share ideas, to share possibilities, to share, and to continue to live together. And this is my bigger fear after this COVID, that everybody wants to come back to their own place and don't move. And this is why I like the fact that students are really global.
Okay, thank you, Odile. Thank you very much for your comments. I think we can start from there. Some of the comments are regarding this diversity in two positions. I have to say, just for everyone involved here, the professors and students and also our juries, that the diversity also comes from the different, let's call it, methodologies or academic moments in those universities. So, for example, for some of you, this is the start of a research that will be developed in the future about theses or master theses or something like that. Some of you this is part of the studio that is like the middle of the semester. This was like they were doing something, and then the pandemic came, and then they have to start stop a little bit what they were doing and start some kind of new questions and reframing the other ones. Some of us this is like a very close experiment. No, it doesn't have to be connected to anyone, and maybe could be the trigger in the future for something. But at the end, what is fascinating for me is actually that discussion about if it is a matter of solving problems or it's a matter of opening more questions to be, explored in the future. In the future, I mean, in the future, in the academic future, in our schools. And it's because actually something that Antonio was saying is kind of repositioning the question of sustainability, or maybe is actually mixing this problem of fragile ecosystems, and in some territories that are like quite struggling with political or social issues. Like us, for example, in Colombia, in Chile, in Argentina, and all the global south, is they can. We always refer to this. Sorry to be like coming back to this, but we always refer to this atlas for the end of the world of our Australian colleague, and Richard Weller, the director of UPenn, of landscape in UPenn, and he was building these maps. And when you see where the biological hotspots, where the future of ecological ecosystems could be, should be protected, and so on, are you overlap. Those are the places where you overlap the most corrupt and maybe the most social, struggling places in the world. So this overlapping of these two things is what make us ask, should we, you know, be dealing with these kind of very strong, deep, and kind of violent problem, or I mean, I agree with you with this optimistic position about the future, or maybe we can, you know, go deeper inside of our kind of monster and trying to understand how it works. How can we, you know, make a deep critic about what it is and how it's working now. So I don't know.
This is not opposite, you know. You can do both at the same time. Yeah. And I think it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if is then there is the comment about from Tom about the brain stroke and the recovery of the system and so on. I have to say that is a very close thing for me. I used to have a brain stroke back in the 90s. So to recover from this kind of, you know, to rebuild some systems, it's a kind of a huge task for all of us. And yeah, and I agree with the kind of going back to the global and local or even terrestrial conditions, understanding that nothing can be, you know, disconnected from those scales and those ways to inhabit this world. So I don't know, from these three kind of statements, what can we move from in the discussions? I don't know if you want, some of the professors wants to jump in and wants to say something about this. Or maybe. Sorry.
The students also feel free to ask any questions, or if the jury wants to ask something specifically, they will be very happy to answer.
But I think the very interesting question that's raised is that what's our role as designers? A lot of what we've said are challenges that faces everybody. They face politicians, economists, they face the person in the street. But this is a design discussion. So what's the designer's response to this? And I pick up on something Odile said. Her worry is that people start becoming local, national, particular. And while design can be inspired by that, a designer's response needs to be beyond that. And it needs to be different to the response of an economist or the response of the person worrying in the street. So how does the question, I think, underlying this studio is, how does a designer faced with a catastrophe not just throw up their hands and say, oh me, oh my, what the world is dark and the end is here, but designers look at situations and they find opportunities to reconstruct and emerge better. That's the challenge. And I think some of the students have risen to that very well.
Yeah. I think this is even more than Tom. Hi, Tom. I'm glad to see you once.
Hi, Odile.
Hi. And I think that what I love with architecture, not only with designers, architecture in general, this is the question of the possibilities that we have when we have been educated in architecture to envision a question or a problem with including every disciplines around us, every questions, the sociology, the economy, the politicians, the physical, the artist one, etc., etc. And thanks to that, we can try to find proposals and do design. But these proposals are just one temporary proposal. And we don't have to think that we are doing the proposal for everywhere. And this is why when I speak about the local, I'm fearing the fact that we are coming back to the little village, the idea of a little village. But for me, a designer is always proposing something for a place where it is. So it's always a contextual or local question, but inserting in it general ideas, global ideas. And this is more complicated. This is why it's so complex and so complicated to play with architecture and to deal with architecture. It's not only the question of just designing something, it's a question of thinking globally and being able to propose with these solutions, these problems which are very complex. And not only by designing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would like to be a bit more specific on that point. Probably one of the images I found extremely relevant within this exercise is the one by the Universidad de Buenos Aires. I don't know if you can put it in sharing your screen. If I try to do that, I'm gonna ruin something. And it's called Hanging by the Thread.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I found interesting that what Tom was asking was the role of designers, which is a question that I have heard many years. I think what we need to think about is not about our design tools. It's about where do we exercise our design capacities? And that's probably becoming more political. Designers need to be more political, as artists always have been. But somehow we lost our capacity to engage with politics. I'm not talking about partisan politics or specific oriented politics. It has to be about engaging with the real and larger problems, which are not local, but are global. So this image from the UBA is extremely interesting because also it comes with the paragraph that said equilibrium is lost before it begins. And that's interesting because it talks about the fragility that I was trying to engage with in a conversation. Probably one of the things that comes out from this exercise, but also mostly from our pandemic situation, is that we have to be critical about our economic system, which put people hanging on a thread, or it reveals how fragile a larger proportion of our society is right now because of one of the most, complicated issues in social policy, which is health. So politics, healthcare, and space all become one big problem. So what I found interesting and I found very consistent, the whole presentation of the UBA and also the whole presentation of the Universidad Central de Venezuela, because it touches the issue of politics in a very clear way, clear manner, and also very explicit in many ways, which is challenging even the concept of capitalism, which has triumphed in the last 20 years. And just to be a bit more provocative, also shows how irrelevant our current architectural culture has become. We have become banal, irrelevant, superficial. So we don't have answers to this problem because we were not thinking about this problem in a global scale. Obviously, I'm generalizing, but it's a provocation.
No, I totally agree.
It's interesting to me that you chose that project. I'll share this one.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Yes,
thank you. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
so you have that image. I actually selected that one, but I also chose the next two projects along was from the same University of Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
Because I thought the first one, the hanging by thread, was very, very powerful. As you said, it's about the fragility of so much of the population of the world and how it's easy as a professional, an educated professional, to forget about that aspect and the interconnectivity of how we depend on their fragility to succeed. But also then the other project, the interior exterior, IXT, brought it back down to the personal. It is about all the interconnections and the fragility, but as individuals, we have a tremendous role in all of this. So I found the pair of those projects to be a fascinating juxtaposition. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It goes back to our role as designers. I think while we are shocked by what's happening, we've got to steel ourselves, stand up and say, now what can we do? We're not doctors, we're not economists, we're not bankers, we're not running restaurants, but we are designers. What do we do now? And we can analyze, but the next step is actually proposition. Challenge the conversation through a proposition. And these two, I think, were very interesting ways of challenging us.
Yeah.
It's totally true. I look at them too.
Yes. Yeah.
They were fascinated, yes. And
Okay.
I really think, and my fear with the students, I don't know in your schools, but in my school, this is like that. They are not enough politics. They don't have the fear of taking a position and talking from where they are and from who they are. And it's very complicated to ask them to do something like that. And this is our thematic for the next semester coming. We want to help them to develop that taking position and having the possibility to have a position. And this thematic is really good for that.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any comment, questions? I saw those two other members of our community, let's call it like that. The director of the program of the Department of Architecture, Claudia Mejia, is here, connected. I don't know if you can hear us. And also Luis Pimentel, who is actually working with Stefano Boeri, just wrote me on private that Stefano is going to be connected during the session to make the comments. So I don't know if we have any questions from students, or maybe we can have here something from the other professors. Somebody have any question, you can do it. I mean, just raise a hand or do it, you know, a little comment on the chat. I will be giving you the word.
I just have a comment from my side. If you organize a next workshop this time, tell us early and we will participate with my school.
Oh, of course.
Europe will be in for once.
Actually, this this really started as I mean, we prepared this kind of workshop for our students. Then we discussed with Justina. Justina is kind of I always say this, she's kind of an explosion. I mean, expands. So we started then to discuss with La Católica de Chile, with Antonio, Hugo, Manola. And then this, you know, started to grow and grow, and then the connections started to grow. Everybody was interested in this, and it was amazing the kind of response to the open call. I don't know next year what is going to be the the issue. In what position are we going to be? If we already have a vaccine or a treatment for this. Well, but I don't know if somebody else is going to be the guest for next year kind of experiment. Going back to the discussion, I don't know. I always have these concerns about let's say like that. I mean, for optimism and for positive or negative, when I see every image, I don't see like I mean, for me it's very hard to and I agree with you. I really like these two images of Buenos Aires. We discussed it, Daniel and me. Well, those were amazing. Actually, the interior exterior one was was the challenge. I mean, this is like the kind of images that kind of synthesize a lot of intellectual design issues and so on. But for us, we took a different, since it's a workshop, we took a different kind of approach of the problem. And we were asking to the students of, I mean, it's not a matter of, I mean, you do whatever you want. You have to explore, like Colin Fournier was saying in the very first lecture when we opened this discussion. Colin Fournier was saying, don't pay attention to anyone, explore, look for your own questions, look for your own concerns, etc. And what we try to drive in every one of them is actually that. What are your concerns? What are your questions about what is happening now? And they were saying some really interesting stuff. For example, what is going to happen with, I mean, pandemic, social issues, political issues, but also what is going to happen with the future of energy, or the future of living in the city, actually living in the city, moving to the countryside. Most of them, I don't know, Bogota is, I don't know how does it work in your cities, but Bogota is a very complex city in terms of this, where do you live here? Actually, it's a city of 10 million people, but surrounding that you have this green, huge green farm, countryside area. And everybody is like saying, maybe we should move there. Most of our students, we are in a lockdown now. And most of our students, I think most of them are not, even during the sessions, they moved to the countryside. They were like trying to escape from the city and move through that kind of beautiful natural place where you can, breathe and you can see the sunlight and so on. But that actually puts like a stronger question about the city. Do you want to go there? Why do you want to live there? Why do you want to live in the city, since now you can, connect by satellite connection? You don't have to go to the university anymore. This is a kind of a virtual university now, virtual world now. What you can have a drone that gives you the pizza in your, deliver your pizza or your food into your house. You can grow your own plants. Why do you have to move to the city? And they were saying some very interesting stuff, like, if I go back to the city, I want to see some of these like virtues, like some of these kind of beautiful things that I have in the countryside, but in the city. Like, for example, I want to recover the water. We don't have water, and Bogota is a place like, I don't know, Mexico City, built over the water. There is no water anymore. We managed in the last years to urbanize this city and convert it into an impermeable concrete city. We don't have water. The water is, hectares of water. If I want to go back, and how do you do that? That was the second question. Through design, I mean. Well, we need to excavate the city to, refill the land with permeability and have water there, like fresh water. Okay, do that. But not, we don't want you to do that like in a project. We want to do that in a project, in a design project, but it's much more an intellectual question about how can you achieve that. Then you will formalize that in a, 16 weeks formal semester. But for now, it's just put, the finger inside the problem and, excavate it to understand what you want to achieve. For me, for us, those were the kind of positions. I don't think there is such a kind of negative approach. If you go deeper into the question and the statements, I see all of them very provocative and beautiful questions about the future. Because that was the challenge. What comes next? What do you want to do next? As a person, as a citizen, or even as a designer? I don't know. And talking about the representation as well, like Odile was saying, what I really love to see in this huge panorama is the ways that every university found to achieve that, to achieve whatever their concerns were, try to find a way to explore that, to say that, and to put it into a very, well-detailed design thing, or maybe a collage. And it's kind of a collection of it's a collage itself, all the exhibition. And even that there are some other hand drawings there. There are others that use kind of technology to achieve these questions. I don't know, what do you think about this in terms of ways also to represent that reality, that complex reality? Modeling, drawing it, or both?
Well, I think some of the issues are interesting how they span. So in the South China University, for example, again, I'll try and share a screen. In the South China University, you have this statement very clearly that the way we have to behave can be culturally embedded or culturally diverse from where you are. So their assumption, in particular this case, was there's a language of culture embedded in the way we use space. And so they tried to work with what is the language, articulate the language, and then rework that language to try and change the way we engage with space. What was very interesting was that in Monterey, they picked up the same issue. Very different in the way it was presented. But the Monterey example was also about the culture, but here it was the culture of a mass event. And how do we rework our culture of engagement? So does it have to be a mob where we stand shoulder to shoulder, or there is a different way of culturally engaging? So you got the Spanish culture or the Mexican culture, very different from the Chinese culture, talking about the same issue in two urban contexts, different urban contexts. But I found it fascinating the way they had picked up and articulated that. In part, the Mexican, the one from Monterey, suggested to me the image of sort of Kraftwerk in Berlin, where we would all move, but all in synchrony. So everyone raised the right arm, everyone raised the left arm, and you step to the left, you step to the right. Whereas the image from Scott was, well, let's atomize the culture of movement and atomize the way it's done. So each happens separately, but it happens within a context. So that I found those very interesting comparators between two projects addressing that issue about what do we do next?
It's very interesting, Tom, because I picked up on that image too, the reshaping distancing culture from the South China University. I found interesting because it kind of draws a new urban choreography. The social distancing also has a spatial impact. In Santiago now that we're starting to move into a phase of opening up a little bit and laxing a bit the restrictions of self-imposed or forced enclosure. The issue of drawing in the pavement or drawing in parks where people stand, which is being used in other places. It's quite interesting. But it is what you're saying, it's Kraftwerk, synchrony and a movement, organized movement in the public space, which is kind of a paradox, because public space, it should be chaotic. It should be like a market, things standing next to each other and overlapping and juxtaposing. And now we have to be all lined up, and distances are dominating the space. So I found that also the synchrony with the Monterey School was interesting too.
I'm questioning the fact that what will be the future with not living together? Because distancing, being in online, wearing the mask, sometimes the gloves, is it still living together? Are we all living individual on the planet in the future with no communication except virtual communication? And there were a debate 2 days ago on TV in France where people were asking, is the kiss still disappearing now forever?
Yeah,
It's
true.
important because
Yeah.
when we meet a friend, you want to do something, to hug, to kiss, to do something, but you can't. And so there is a kind of fear of the body of the others. And this question for me is architecture too. The fact that the fear of the body of the people. So we are human, but we don't have to care about, our body is dangerous. And we live, and the city where we live, the space where we live could be dangerous, but not if we are outside, when you are inside. So everything could start to be perceived as dangerous. And my fear also is for the younger one, not the students, but the younger one. Because the younger one, under 10 now, educated, if it stays too long, this situation, will have the habit to use this gesture for meeting people. Will be living with this question of the fear of the other person, etc. So this is really particular as a place, as a human being world, because who are we for living like that? Who will be? Who will you be? So this is very particular for me, this question, and I don't see that in the debate from the students, but I think that the body is the next question.
It's a very interesting question, Odile. How do you embrace when you can't touch? How do you
exactly?
How do you smile when you can only see the eyes?
Exactly.
And but it rather reminds me of my times that I've gone to places like Japan, where the cultures are so different. You have to learn the other language.
Yeah.
The language of gesture and movement. You can warmly embrace someone, but not get within half a meter. And that's what we're learning again.
It's only in Japan.
Indeed, a new Japan, or one of my favorite comparators is also a Nigerian and a Swede standing in the same room, and the Nigerian's always stepping forward and the Swede is always stepping back, because in Sweden you always have distance, in Nigeria you always get close. And so
yes,
you have the waltz around the room.
Oh, they are dancing in the space.
Yeah. So these cultural interpretations of space are just being renegotiated now.
Yeah.
We're learning a new language of.
Yes, this is the book by Edward T. Hall. We have to relearn that. Reread that, our students. Yeah.
But to go back to what Antonio said right at the beginning is what is the future of the city? I've got no compunction saying the future of the city is very, very strong.
Oh yes, me too.
While people might, initial reaction now might be, let's go to the countryside, let's flee to a farm somewhere. It's not sustainable, not personally sustainable, but also not socially sustainable. Cities.
We have the same debate in France, because at the beginning of the weekend of the lockdown, it was announced a Saturday, and during the night between the Saturday and the Sunday and the Sunday law, 20% of the people from Paris escaped. So this is a lot, and they were going elsewhere in the country. And now they said we will find some places that try to buy new houses, new piece of land, etc. And the real estate is growing in the outside. But at the same time, we all were thinking like that at the very beginning as a reaction. But when you go there and you think, what I will do during the day, where is the cultural possibilities that I have in that place? How can I meet people in that place? What is the quality of a very dense city? But and the negotiation that we have to do now is how to requalify this dense city, because we have to be able to live and to create this distanciation, but at the same time live in these cities. And this is a new topic for the cities. And this is what is very challenging and interesting.
Imagine what is it, music without dancing, and without dancing altogether.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it is true that this first reaction is panic, but there's a larger proportion of the population, at least the experience I could, you know, share with you of what we live in Santiago, which is an 8 million people city, of which 90% of the people has no real conditions to cope with COVID.
Yeah.
So hyperdensity to the extreme of, you know, incapacity to really isolate yourself because you live, you know, in an overcrowded apartment or a precarious housing. That is happening within the context of the most neoliberal extreme experiment, pure economic experiment in the world, which is Chile. So what was the impact of that? Basically creating a society that has pretty much one purpose, which is to be individualistic, so to resolve your problems on your own, and then to serve the purpose of being productive. And what happened during this lockdown? Most of that 90%, which is where the COVID spread very fast, were areas where people definitely did not have the capacity to isolate themselves.
Yeah.
So they had to put the military in the street and the police repressing people and so on, just to, you know, this was this tidal of movement, the need to go to work, the need to engage, and there was no provision of public space. There isn't public space, like a real public space and so on. So there are very specific problems attached to your economic condition that also, I think there is where the problem is extreme right now. In that condition, it's also where you find a lot of opportunities, because it's a pure human behavior to, despite the risk, challenge the risk and meet and join your family for you know, a birthday and so on. And there is not even cure for this sickness, and people still do it because they need to do it. So that's what we need to learn. We can build. There was another image done by, I'm sorry, there's a fortification, the neo-fortification, Universidad de los Andes, which one of the first images, which I found, you know, extremely, you know, shocking, because imagine that in the way in which we could live in the future is just creating fortification.
Yeah.
That, you know, that shows like it's like a, you know, a photograph of a dystopian, you know, nightmare. But it is there. I'm sure there's a lot of people that wants to build walls.
Yeah, this
and
is
we know that walls get broken and destroyed and dismantled. And so I found that that was our.
Sorry, I found this one from
as well.
Los Andes, again, same university, as a counterpoint to that. It was really interesting because it was about this, let's bring ourselves down. And here the image was to go down into the earth and make layers. But I see that as allegorical. It's not, you know, a statement of fact, perhaps. But the need that we need to start recreating the richness of a city at the small scale. So, and we can build it back out again from that point, because that's what they write in their words, is how to recreate the city from those elements. So it's distilling the values of that city down to specific, in this case, the metaphorical representation of a point as a cone going downwards. And what do we do next? So you're quite right. I found the barrier, the fortification, absolutely shocking. And this one was the optimistic approach, was to burrow down and So gather yourself and then come back out again.
Yeah.
And sorry. No, okay, now. I always have this issue with the microphone, sorry. It's not only you, Antonio.
Everyone has this issue, you know, don't worry.
I am always talking and somebody's telling me, usually Daniela, Claudio, the microphone. I mean, sorry. I was asking Antonio, how do you say sarcófago in English? I don't remember that word. When you know, like
The coffin.
Coffin.
That's a
Coffin and then go out. And what do you think is the role of technology in the future of the cities? I have this question. We have this conversation with the professor. Now, actually, he was professor at MIT. He's not an architect. He's a guy of logistics. And now he's like, I don't know, the president, vice president, or something like that of Amazon. And he did this lecture about logistics in the city and the future of the city related to logistics. And for me, it was like, okay, I understood some part of the word, of the concept of logistics, but he was telling about the design of new infrastructures, the learning, how do you say that? Like this future of the city should be understanding the underground. We understood the underground, but now we need to understand I don't know how to say, like the aerial
the overground
thickness of the city as an infrastructure, as a logistics system, drones and deliveries and so on, to relieve like the ground, to try to understand that the ground is a level for citizens and for public space and so on. And the only way to do that is through technology. So I don't know, what do you think about the future of the cities?
I have the feeling that the metabolists in the 60s or 70s were already thinking of that. To deal with layers above the city. And in my studios in the 90s, some students proposed me something like that for Paris, expanding Paris with multi-layers from the station, etc. So I think it's coming back by cycles, this idea. But today, it's not only with infrastructure as roads, but it's flying. So, okay, well now in the next future, we will fly. Why not? We were driving, we were sailing, now we will be flying. So I think it's not, and you know, this company as Amazon are always concerned by only concerned by the fact that they want to sell. And so we all know that. So their best way to do that, this is why they develop these drones and these flying vehicles, etc., because they want to do more and more delivery. But at the same time, okay, why not? But it's not the end of the world. And it's not at the same time the fact that it doesn't solve our question. It proposes one part of how to move, but not the question, the solution of the city itself. And we will not leave the ground because we will need to land somewhere, or otherwise we live in the Fifth Element, the French movie from the 80s. And so we were always with that kind of dreams. But
no, okay. But for me, the question about technology is actually connected to not only infrastructure, the mobility infrastructure, but also all the systems of the city, you know, energy, you know, trash, how do you say that? That's not trash. I forgot.
Yes, the vast.
But I think that's been one of the great problems with the obsessions of smart cities, for example. They're only interested in the technology. Cities aren't technology. Cities, you know, have technology, but cities are people.
Yeah, exactly.
So the very interesting question is how do technologies affect cities as far as people are? And I think this is a very good example of it. We are compressing space and time here. We've got 160 people on a screen.
Mhm.
So wrap the world in one screen. And we've also wrapped time zones into one experience. So this one experience is a collapse of all of these. And yet now I find in the last few weeks or the last few months, the local has become important because I want my vegetables to be local.
Yeah,
Right.
we all.
And
Hi,
I
Colin.
want.
Colin, how
Hi,
are
Colin.
Colin, how are you? Hi.
So, I want my when I have to buy a mask, I actually go and look for a local person who makes the mask because I want to support them.
Yeah,
So I don't
me
buy
too.
a mask on Amazon from somewhere else. If I can, I buy a mask from nearby. So here we are, we've compressed time and space into an experience. And yet on the other hand, we enjoy the immediate in space, the immediate in culture. And that's really fascinating to me. It hasn't happened until this time. We talked about it, but this made it happen.
Absolutely. But I think we could talk about a bit of Paris, for example, because during this pandemic, to see a city, I had the experience of living in Paris in 2005, after living for almost 6 years in London, and I found that and my kids are half French, so I will feel like 10 years ago it was. Thank you. So I found that 10 years ago, Paris was, in the process of changing. And today, with the options that the mayor had taken to transform a fully pedestrian friendly, integrated public transportation, just given the chance to remove cars from the city center, et cetera, challenging the economy based on the access by individual cars, and just taking that, extreme position, what is being called the 15 minutes city, which we know that is not for the whole of Paris, but, it's a hope. I think that has nothing to do with technology. It has to do with political will to make the city, as Tom was saying, more easy to move around and more friendly in a not naive way. Just,
but
yes.
Excuse me, this is very naive. Come to live here and you will see this is naive. It's not possible. We can't do that. Because if you want to go to the theater, for example, you have to go 15 minutes walk? No, you can't. Theaters are not close to me. Theater, I have to cross the city. And I have friends living all over Paris. So if I want to have dinner with them or to meet them at home, I have to cross Paris. So I can't leave Paris as a village with my little village. And it's funny that you talk about that because from the beginning of the pandemic, I was starting to complain about these ideas of living in a village in Paris, because I find myself totally shrink for my way of behaving in the city, that I have to stay in my village, in my city. And this is not my way of considering the city. And I talked to that with my friends last week at the dinner, and he said, oh, it's normal because there is a guy in the city who is speaking about 15 minutes walk. This is the city of 15 minutes. But I don't live in a city of 15 minutes. I don't want. This is just for one category of person. And the guy who is next to me, who is working with me at school, is biking. And he's always saying, oh, it's fantastic. Biking in Paris is fantastic. I can go now from the Marais to the Plaza Concorde in 5 minutes. And I don't bike. And I will not bike in Paris. So I have to take a car. And with a car, it's an hour now, more and more difficult. So what can I do? Collective transport is not working fast. It's not, because okay, you can advertise such a thing. It's a politician attitude. It's not a realistic attitude for people who live inside. But okay, I will not speak about my mayor. I hate my mayor.
But I mean, just to make clear my point, I'm not saying that's the ultimate goal of every city, because it will be false assumption. But what is interesting, it just brings the question that there's a gradient between the immediacy, the being in an immediate place in a very short distance, and also, of course, you have a much larger space in city. But for cities that are following this type of policy, I think it's extremely, beneficial for the whole system to relay and multiple choices of movement. Of course, there will be people that will not take the chance of riding a bicycle, but many people have to go to work in cities where there's no infrastructure, and they bike for an hour and a half, and they do it because it's cheaper. So we need to think about those who move, and they don't have the chance to pay a full fee because it makes more than 50% of their salary. So those are the real problems.
But now we have traffic jam by bicycles,
This was
this is a new nightmare.
This was the topic that was picked up in Simon Bolivar University. Yeah. And I picked up this project, the interstitial space one, which was, Simon Bolivar defined the project as the project of three scales: the neighborhood, the immediate, the medium, and the whole city. And there were a number of projects that explored it really well, but I thought this one was interesting because they talked about the forgotten spaces that need to be excavated. And I think for the next wave of designers, that's a brave step to take, because very often as designers say, well, sweep away what was, and like Corbusier in Paris, you bulldoze everything and I've got the answer. In fact, what this group was saying was, no, let's go back with a teaspoon and archaeology and start trying to explore and discover and find what we've got. So this idea of the 20-minute city is a part of finding out what's under your feet.
So this is the second half of the proposal from the Today City, my mayor, because now she's with a group of green who doesn't want to build anything, who doesn't want to demolish anything, and they just want that for 6 years we just renovate and modify. Okay, we will see what happens, and maybe everybody will follow.
Another part of the question, and I think it's a very interesting one, is regarding the technology. And actually, when I say technology, and I mean, for example, in Colombia, in Bogota, we have like 60 years talking about the underground, the metro. And some governments came and said it's going to be aerial. The other one say in the surface. The other one says it's not underground. And the next one said no, that question. I mean, our question about mobility, but the question about, I don't know, for example, materiality or technological approaches for this diverse or huge amount of things that we have to solve. For example, we were discussing about maybe the buildings should be done like in France with copper or this kind of material that actually doesn't allow the viruses to grow. What, I don't know. This is part of the question about how technology can help this kind of public health, because for us it's a very huge problem. We don't have enough hospitals. Our health system is kind of I don't know, the worst. We don't have enough beds to support this kind of pandemic situations. But that is not the problem. The problem is that is just because of the pandemic, but that overlaps to the lacking of services for the everyday issues, for people that only have a flu or whatever. So I don't know, I want to elaborate a little bit more about these fantastic, buildings and topographies and situations. How can we build that? How can we do that? How do we develop that? If the technology here, that achieve that?
technology is not material, right? It can be, but technology is intellectually the application of science, of rational thinking to the way we engage with the world. So we engage technology in many, many ways beyond the choice of a material or the use of a digital element. And it's technology and culture is really interesting. How do we reconstruct the culture? How do we occupy space?
Actually, that was the hidden point of this, Tom, because we were discussing about that. This is the very first time the expert says this, not because I am old. This is the very first time that we as a society pay attention to very much more pay attention to scientists rather than politicians. I mean, we are always like hearing what scientists what have to say about what is going to happen, what is going to be this, what is testing, or how, I mean, how can be everything can be connected through science. And we are not paying very much attention to politicians these days regarding this condition, this specific condition now. And I see a lot of political statements in our workshop, and I think I love that. I mean, I don't know if you agree with me, but I really like that in terms of some of them have a political, always almost political. How to say that, like materialization of a political statement. Others are pretty much more like the suggestion of it, or a critic of it. So I don't know how you say. What do you think about this in terms of what you saw in that exhibition?
I didn't see anything scientific.
No.
I don't remember having seen something about health and about how to propose something for fighting for health. I don't remember that.
Well, I think in the projects that we saw, naturally, I mean, these are students of architecture, so they're predisposed to think of physical space as an issue. But if I, again, pick up a couple of projects, and it was this case, it was two projects from Chile, from PUC. And they talked about the way the city space that's now dominated by offices could be used for other things. I mean, curiously, it was phrased as post-productivity. I mean, it's productivity in a particular way. Sitting in office is productive when it's measured in a way that privileges it. So, but it's actually, they're both two projects dealing with the same thing. And what was fascinating was the different approach. That one was a very careful and perhaps timid approach to occupying what has been occupied by corporate activity, managerial layers. And the other one was a very strident, I fear almost fascist way of coming in and saying, bang, here's the way we're going to branch out, using the confidence of the 1960s and the confidence of Archigram. And so, Colin can address this one in particular. There's this enormous confidence. So striding out across the city with a particular form and saying, well, architecture is going to solve it. This was a fascinating question because it got down to the core of the issues. In the 1950s, with the Sloan managerial approach, the Sloan School of Management approach, time and motion studies, and productivity was all about packing people together, getting them to work back in synchrony, again, back to Kraftwerk as an image. And we've broken it. And this year, so far, we've snapped that. It's no longer about standing together and moving the left arm and the right arm at the same time, because there's someone doing the laundry, and there's someone playing with a cat, and there's someone educating a child. Meanwhile, the office is still working through all of this. So it's political, but it's political almost at a neighborhood level politics, a personal level of politics.
That's right.
Sorry.
So we have a little bit of time. Colin is with us. Colin is going to be presented like properly and with you know, all the how to say that, like, you know, all the proper introduction to all of you again, in just 16 minutes, 70 minutes. But if you want to say something before going to the break, or you want to, you prefer to connect to the session of 2 hours we have for you.
Can I speak now?
Of course.
I just want to apologize. I didn't have an internet connection until now, until about half an hour ago. So I missed the beginning, and I'm very sorry about that, because you obviously had already quite a bit of a conversation. So I feel I've been, you know, I feel like I have a wooden leg or something. I don't have the equipment that you've had. But I will just wait for another 16 minutes then. I didn't know I was programmed to come in 16 minutes, but I couldn't make it before. I couldn't get my connection. I enjoy what.
Where are you, Colin?
I'm in Brittany. I'm in Brittany.
Where are you in Brittany?
I'm in Labour, which I don't consider to be the proper Brittany. I normally go south.
I know.
But I'm in Labour, and I completely subscribe to what you were saying about our mayor in Paris.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I have serious problems, but unfortunately we voted her back in position, so she will continue to.
I didn't vote for her.
I know, neither did I. But we lost. We lost.
Yes.
As to what Thomas was saying before about body language, and since we are talking here about the English-French relationship, when I arrived in London from Paris, I started to embrace everybody. And I'll never forget when I embraced Peter, the first time I met Peter Cook, and I embraced him, and he just didn't know how to handle it. He just didn't know what to do. He thought, well, it's very odd behavior. So it's not just a difference between, you know, extremes. It's this difference from 100 kilometers apart between England.
He has changed since then.
But Colin, the great thing, Colin, is that Peter now knows how to embrace.
Right, right. So
and
we can change.
The main problem in France is how many times do you kiss somebody, and how many times you cheek the cheek, because sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4, depending on the region.
This is advanced cultural knowledge.
Yes.
Anyway, I will wait until my turn comes, since I
Is your turn?
Is it my turn?
It could be your turn, I think.
So we are going to have a little break between the 2 sessions. Claudia, welcome. How are you? Claudia is our department director.
I don't know.
Los Andes. She's joining us. She's also there, hearing everything that is being said here.
I've been here since the sunrise. I'm just enjoying the talk more than trying to jump in. I didn't want to jump in. I'm just enjoying what you're talking about.
Like listening the news in the morning for us.
I'm not
like listening
Claudio.
to.
Yes.
Sorry, Claudio. What I think we've missed is we've not had any students say anything.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Good to hear that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, we have still time before the break to hear from you, and to whoever wants to ask something to the jury, say a comment.
The students will still have time to put some extra points in the final.
I have a question. Why Justina have a Claudio Rossi in your name on it? You can change it.
I'm Claudio Rossi today. I mean, I'm a camouflage, you know.
Hi, Justina.
You gave me your link, remember? Because I couldn't connect on mine.
Okay.
But I would change it. I actually like being Claudio Rossi. I'm actually enjoying that.
Let me put my Justina character. So, who wants to jump in?
Students, don't be shy.
Odile, it's so nice to see you.
So nice to see you, Justina, too. Yes, very glad to see you.
Yes.
Some of the students of the groups that were shown, I don't know, the guys from Argentina, the guy from Chile, or from Colombia, the Murallas de Cartagena, Emma Bonilla, I don't know, Santiago, with your deep hole that goes like a coffin into the, to save from the future, the Anthropocenic future. I don't know. Who wants to jump in? If
So
you want.
I want to talk to them. So you know, students, that you are the future. You are the people who will design the future and design the city where we will live. So I hope that you are dreaming enough to be able to invent and design the new world.
Okay. So.
Are you happy for that? No.
I think that some of them are.
Yes, there is one.
Angelica de Bernardo raised her hand.
Hello, my name is Angelica and I'm from Universidad Simón Bolívar. I find all this discussion very interesting. Like how we went from macro to like the local aspects. We particularly focus on that because our emphasis was a little bit of how do we expect to change the future if we don't change how we are living today. And I find interesting like this integration between local and global because we can't think in a global sense if we forget about the like how we live in a personal aspect, which I think is something that we particularly in our context are very aware of, like of the fact that one of the things that this pandemic brought to us is that we don't have like public space to like breathe if we live in an apartment. And so a lot of our focus was onto creating these community spaces and understanding it as a connection, as a network of things that could be extrapolated into like a major sense. And so I find like interesting how like the other universities do look at it from a more macro perspective, but we are always talking about how to connect more than to completely isolate. And
your project, Angelica, was very interesting because it was the Peripheral Landscapes project, and you're looking at the regeneration of the spaces between your existing mass housing. I would like to ask you, in your approach to the project, what was it about the quality of the existing housing that gave you the structure, the material to make the proposition? What did you see that was there that gave you the next step?
The spaces from towers, like we are like isolated towers that have like plazas and community spaces that are like closed for each like tower, sorry, but like the idea of how that could connect and to create like a real sense of community. Like I live here, like currently, like all our projects were based on like a radius of where each of us lived. And one of the things that I always noticed is that we live in apartment towers, but we are very isolated. And so how can we create spaces that all of us could like meet and create real like connections more than just living in the same space?
But it's something to do with the culture of the people in the towers, not the towers themselves that make them isolated. And that's one of the things that I thought you were beginning to explore.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we as a culture tend to be like very friendly, but the lack of spaces, like for example, I see my neighbors and I talk to my neighbors, but we don't really have a space to go and meet other outside of our houses. And so that perspective of all being like car centered, like all of us are very like, we don't move by walking, and so we don't get to meet the amount of people that we have near. My university is far away from where I live, and I met more people from my city there than I met living here for 20 years. And so like creating places where we can connect and create a very like neighborhood friendly community is something that was missing and was a little bit of the focus. And also like returning to the ground, to the not isolation in towers, but more of how we can meet by walking, by creating spaces other than commercial centers. And like
So
that was a little
I
bit
think-
of the focus.
Sorry, what I think you've been saying very nicely is that it's activity that bring people together. So you go to a university and you meet all these people from your neighborhood. What you're doing is creating places for purposeful activity.
Exactly.
I was thinking general comments also, that from the beginning of this discussion, we are a lot talking about what subject that Paul Virilio was talking about at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000. You all, I think that you all know Paul Virilio, this French philosopher. No? No? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Because he was talking about this question of the body and the loss of the body because of the digital. And when you would say that you are connected because you are connected through your screens, through your digital tools, what happens with your body, and what is the purpose of your body if you just communicate by the digital tools? He was talking about the fact of the glocal, which is a combination between global and local. So we were talking about that, and at the end he was talking about the sixth continent, with the continent for communication, which is not a place, but it's a place at the same time. So I think that all these topics were, this is why we have to reread Paul Virilio, I think.
Yeah.
Is there any other question? We still have a little time to.
Yes, hi, my name is Sofia Di Tomaso. I am one of the students that make Hanging by a Thread. We are very glad about your words, and I don't know what to say. Maybe, yes, it's image very political. We fight a lot to express our feelings about the situation that is happening in Argentina, about the Villa 31 and that state of fragility that happens when COVID attacks this place and all the problems become worse.
Well, I just want to say that I congratulate you for, creating this very powerful image, and just to enlighten our conversation, or at least my reflection on those issues, which I think, since we are neighbors and we share similar problems, the Villas Miserias and, the poblaciones in Santiago, those radical conditions are what need to lead the future of our conversations. We're too much looking into what we have achieved in the developed world, and there's a lot of work to be done on areas like this one. So I think it's a powerful tool to find the right image that talks about these deep problems. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I thought that image that Sophia and her team did about the hanging from the threads was a very good summary of the enormous potential of the issues in the global South. For many years, Justina and I have been visiting South America because it's an inspiring place to go. It's not the issues you have, it's the way you address the issues that's inspiring. And these projects have demonstrated that as well. So congratulations, all looking really good.
Thank you, Tom. Well, still have 2 minutes. I don't know if someone have to just make a last comment. Otherwise, we'll go to the break.
Well, do you have today's session? Because I have been invited from 1 to 3, so not for, and I don't have time to go on to continue. I was not supposed to be longer.
No, I mean, that's why we divided into sets. So it's only 2 hours because we know everyone's super.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Odile.
Thank you. Colin, you have to communicate because I'm going to Brittany next 2 days.
Are you leaving?
I'm going
to Brittany.
But you're not going to come. You're not going to come to the south of Brittany. You're going north. Yeah?
I'm in north, but we can meet in the center if you want. Tom and Justina, very nice to see you, and all the others that I don't know. Very glad to meet you also.
Thank you very much, Odile. Thank you very much.
See you soon. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Odile.
Bye-bye.
Valeria, if you want, we have to do the break. If you want, you can keep the word there, or it's a very fast question.
It's a comment about something that they said before.
Okay.
Very fast.
Okay, go.
I just wanted to talk about specifically one project from one of my student teammates in Los Andes about the neofortification, the one about the walls. I wanted to say that it's very interesting because these walls already exist, right? They were not like proposed by the students. These are walls that were built in Cartagena, a city in Colombia, that kind of emerged as a way of confining and social distancing a city from a war. But it's crazy how they can be reinterpreted to be used for social distancing from another phenomenon, right? In this case, they were talking about water, but I think it has been very interesting to listen to all of you talk about how these existing infrastructures, which in the case of the walls are basically doomed to decay, and understanding them as an opportunity for a different use, like understanding how these infrastructures might be an opportunity for the future. And I wanted to cite something that Tom said, that its recovery comes from the reconfiguration of recognition. So maybe like recognizing how these infrastructures are not gonna be used as the same as they were planned. Maybe, I don't know, like that is very interesting about that project.
Thank you, Valeria. And we have the last comment from Luca, which is the Darwin's Parasite group. And with that, we will finish because we need to do the break and bring some coffee and start the second round. So Luca, if you are up to do it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning, first of all. And we wanted just to comment about our proposal, the Darwin's parasite. In some way, we didn't propose like a practical response to the issue. It was more like a critical reflection of the nature of human beings, generally talking, because a lot of time we are speculating about some theories of control, the behaviors of people, social behaviors, etc. And our proposal, it was about the natural instinct that every time drive us in some way. I mean, we are talking about animals. We are still animals and social animals that sometimes it's quite difficult to adapt to control behaviors. So our speculation was about that. It was about hyper sociality, we could say. So that's why we took the reference of the archigram, the fan palace, etc. In some way, it's like a voluntary quarantine, voluntary social quarantine, we could say. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Luca. Well, we will do a very fast break since we already have Marceline Gao here with us. Thank you very much for being here. And also Professor Peter Testa, I saw him connected. So just a,
So
yeah, we have the second round juries here. Just a very fast break to refill the cups of coffee. And we'll be here in, let's say, 6 minutes, 8-10, to start with the second round.
okay. Thank you so much to Antonio, to Tom, to Odile, to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I will take advantage to say goodbye to everybody, because also I have, to go back to work. So it was great to see you, to meet you. And again, thank you very much for the, invitation and for making up this incredible experience.
Thank you, Antonio.
So
thank you.
I hope we'll see you again somewhere at some point.
we hope to.
You're all welcome to Santiago whenever that could be possible.
Yeah.
We'll see you in another 4 square centimeters.
Next time in Cartagena, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds much better.
Or it gets flooded.
Yes, Cartagena, please.
Cartagena, definitely. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you very much. Also, Karen Boss is here with us. Well, we will do this very fast to let them go and the discussion can continue. Just a little break. Again, thank you again, Tom. Amazing conversation and also, for going fishing or scuba diving, as you said.
Late.
And thank you, everyone. And we will be seeing you in 4 minutes.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Hi, Carolyn. Are you there?
Carolyn?
No. There she is.
The mic is off, Caroline. You have to.
Hello, Daniel just joined. Good morning.
Carolyn, hi.
How is everything?
Where is Caroline? I cannot see her. Caroline, where are you?
You have to say hello.
Page number
Speak.
3 out of.
Oh, I can see you now.
Can you see me? Yes, good. I'm Colin. Hey.
Hi.
You.
Odile just left.
Oh, what a shame.
I know.
No, it was coming and going party. But you were in it all day.
All night, not day. For us it's night, for them it's coffee, for us it's wine.
Oh, good. Very good. Cheers. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Great. Well, this is going to be very interesting. Really looking forward to hearing. It's been extremely exciting. My goodness. I was, I couldn't stop looking at the work. Yeah, because the invitation said, oh, just, look at some things. But I really thought it was all really great to look at. Yeah, so such a quick response to where we are now. Very nice. Yeah.
It was great fun to work with the students from all over the world and, your own students. They work so hard.
And
And
have you done this sort of thing before with so many schools doing one thing? It's quite amazing.
yeah, we had fun. We had fun.
And how long? Because one drawing only. How long did it take, the workshop?
2 weeks.
Caroline.
2 weeks.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, Marceline is also here, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I don't see you anymore. Oh, great. Oh, really good. Yeah. Makes you also a little bit sad that it's not for real, eh? But yeah.
Well, how many years ago we were there together in Bogota?
Yeah, how many years?
In 2014?
Yeah, 6 years. That's what I think. Something like 6 years. Yeah.
14, 15, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
We were just saying that next year will be in Cartagena for sure. Won't be.
Absolutely. I'm coming.
Okay.
One is invited.
I love Cartagena.
I don't know what is our director thinking about that idea.
We'll see. We have to plan something. I totally agree.
Claudia, we.
Yes.
You see that the proposal didn't came from us. It came from.
Came from Daniela, actually.
Yes. It's my fault.
You did it. Sorry. See, yes, it was Daniela. So,
where is the other place that you have where the two rivers meet? That another research station that Los Andes has.
Where the two rivers meet?
Yeah, Rio de
Amazon.
Amazon and Rio de Oro.
Rio de Oro.
You mean from the students' work?
No, is one of your research station. One is in Cartagena.
One is in Cartagena, the other one is in Orinoco, Centro de Estudios de
Orinoco.
Orinoco, yes.
Orinoco.
Yeah. It's very close to one of the places of one of the students' proposal. These flatlands, amazing. Okay, so let's restart. I will share my screen to present properly all the professors involved in the jury. So I will share my screen. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the second round, we call it. We divide it into rounds just because we know the amount of work that we have to discuss, but also because of the different timetables of all universities and all the people involved in the jury panel, the guests, our guests. We are honored to have you here. And thank you very much for accepting being part of this experiment. Our first Jury is Colin Fournier. You already know of him. He was in the very first lesson, the master class we did for the kickoff of this workshop, but also he was with us in the midterm, in the middle of this experiment. So Colin, thank you for being here. Colin is Emeritus Professor of Architecture and Urbanism at Bartlett School of Architecture. Was educated at the Architectural Association in London. He is Emeritus Professor of Architecture and Urbanism at the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College of London, where he was director of the Master of Architecture course in Urban Design and of Diploma Unit 18. He was VCT Professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong from 2011 to 2016, and at the National University of Singapore in the 2018. He was an associate of Archigram Architects in London and planning director of the Ralph Parsons Company in Pasadena, California, developing several urban design projects in the Middle East, in particular the new town of Jambu in Saudi Arabia. He was Bernard Schumy's partner on Parc La Villette project in Paris and co-author with Sir Peter Cook of the Grand Kunsthaus, a contemporary art museum in Austria, completed in 2003. His Open Cinema project was realized in Guimarães, Portugal in 2012, with a second edition produced in Lisbon in 2013 and a third in Hong Kong at the K11 Art Space in 2016. He was the chief curator of the 2013-14 Urbanism and Architecture by City Biennale of Hong Kong for Hong Kong and Shenzhen, responsible for the Hong Kong part of Biennale. He is currently working on a research project of circadian house prototype. He's chairman of the architecture firm Terra X, based in Hong Kong, and he's now living in Paris.
We also have today Peter Testa. He's founder of Testa & Weiser and SciArt Design and Merit faculty. He's founding, as I was saying, of the firm Testa & Weiser. At Testa & Weiser, he leads a strategy and design for some of the world's most innovative companies. He was previously principal in charge with Pritzker Prize laureate Álvaro Siza. He has held professorship at Columbia, at MIT, as well as visiting positions at several schools, including GSD, and he's currently design faculty of merit at SciArt. His work is part of public collections, including the Canadian Center for Architecture, and exhibited at leading museums worldwide with recent installations in New York, Los Angeles, London, Paris, and Tokyo. In 2016, his firm's Carbon Tower was featured as one of 20 canonical projects of the digital turn in exhibition Archaeology of the Digital at the CCA and Yale School of Architecture. Projects and writings are published in the International Art, Architecture, Design, and Scientific Journal, as well as major newspapers. His critically acclaimed collection of essays and projects, Robot House, was published by Thames and Hudson's in 2017. Testa holds a BArch and the Master in Science, History, Theory, and Criticism from the MIT, and it's registered architect in California. He's the recipient of numerous awards, including the MIT Innovation Award, the Architectural Award of the Municipal Art Society of New York, and Design Arts Award of the National Endowments for the Arts. Thank you so much, Peter, for being here today with us.
Stefano Boeri, founder of Stefano Boeri Architetti, architect and urban planner, Stefano Boeri, professor at Politecnico di Milan and visiting professor in several international universities in Shanghai. He is director of the Future City Lab at Tongji University, a postdoctoral research program which explores the future of contemporary metropolis under the perspectives of biodiversity and urban forestry. In 2018, he has been appointed as president of Fondazione Trinale di Milano, a major international cultural institution based in Milan.
Oh, who are these architects are quite famous ones?
In November of 18, he was co-chair of the scientific committee for the first World Forum of Urban Forest, organized in Mantua, together with FAO. In 2019, he presented in New York the Great Green Wall of Cities project, developed with FAO, C40, UN Habitat, other international research organizations on occasion of the UN Climate Action Summit of 2019. Stefano Boeri is founder and main partner of Stefano Boeri Architecture, based in Milan, and with offices in Shanghai and Tirana. The focus on this relationship between city and nature led in 2014 to the creation of the Vertical Forest, the first prototype for residential building hosting more than 700 trees and 20,000 plants. Built in Milan, the Vertical Forest has received many international awards, like the International High Rise Award in 2014 and the Best Tall Building Worldwide Award in 2015 by the CTBUH. Thank you, Stefano Boeri, for being here with us.
We would like also to welcome Hernando Barragan. He's our Dean of our Department of Architecture and Design. He's an artist and designer, and also tenured professor at Universidad de los Andes in Bogota, partner at the design studio Open Work in New York. Barragan received its Master in Arts with distinction from the Interaction Design Institute in Italy. Barragan designs interactive artifacts and experiences with different collaborators as an opportunity to attract and engage diverse audiences and dynamic contexts, exploring the possibilities of expression in the intersection of art, design, architecture, and technology to enrich human experience in unique ways. Barragan was awarded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council in Canada with a research creation grant along with two of his colleagues from Laval University in Canada in 2015. Barragan has worked as consultant for prestigious companies and organizations like MoMA, Audi, BMW, Kennedy Fabrications, Milan Triennale, Fiat, Telecom Italia, Milan Fashion Week, and Corning. Barragan also initiated the Open Project Wiring, an open source programming framework for microcontrollers that allows writing cross-platform software to control devices attached to a wide range of microcontrollers boards to create all kinds of creative coding, interactive objects, spaces, or physical experiences. The framework is thoughtfully created with designers and artists in mind to encourage a community where beginners, through experts from around the world, share ideas, knowledge, and their collective experience. There are thousands of students, artists, designers, researchers, and hobbyists who use wiring for learning, prototyping, and finished professional work production. Wiring spawned similar projects like Arduino, Leaf Labs Maple, and Energia, which forked and implemented the wiring framework from various microcontrollers technologies. Thank you, Hernando, for being here today with us.
Caroline Boss, who is with us today. Thank you very much for being here. Co-founder, principal urban planners and studio, UN Studio, director, AM Concepts and supervisor urban planning, honorary professor at the University of Melbourne, Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning. Caroline Boss studied history and art at Birkbeck College of University of London and urban and regional planning at the Faculty of Geosciences, University of Utrecht. In 1988, she co-founded with Van Berkel and Bo's Architecture Bureau with the architect Ben Van Berkel, extending her theoretical and writing projects to the practice of architecture. Realized projects include the Erasmus Bridge in Rotterdam, Museum Het Valkhof in Nijmegen, at the Moebius House. In 1998, Caroline Boss co-founded On Studio, UnitedNet. On Studio presents itself as a network of specialists in architect, urban development, and infrastructure. Completed urban development projects include the restructuring of the station area of Arnhem and the mixed-use Raffles City in Hangzhou, while current projects include the South Bank by Beulah mixed-use development in Melbourne and a master plan for a leisure island in South Korea. Caroline Bosch has taught as a guest lecturer in Princeton University, the Berlage Institute in Rotterdam, the Academy of Fine Arts, sorry, domestic issues, the Academy of Fine Art in Vienna, and the Academy of Architecture in Arnhem. In 2012, he was awarded an honorary professorship at the University of Melbourne Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning. Central to her teaching is the inclusive approach of architectural work, integrating virtual and material organizations and engineering constructions. In 2020, Caroline joined AM as a director, AM Concept, and supervisor, Urban Planning AM. Thank you very much, Caroline, for being with us. Daniela, you unmute the microphone.
Thank you, Claudio. We also have this morning or afternoon or evening, Marceline Gao. She's a SCIARC Master of Science Design Theory and Pedagogy Coordinator and Principal of Servo Los Angeles. Servo Los Angeles, a design collaborative invested in development and architectural environments integrating synthetic ecologies with shifting materials states. Servo's work has been exhibited at the Los Angeles Municipal Art Gallery, Venice Architectural Biennale, Centre Pompidou, Archilab Architect Space, the SCIARC Gallery, the Mack Center for Art and Architecture, the Storefront for Art and Architecture, and MoMA. Gao received her architecture degrees from the Architectural Association and Columbia University, as well as her PhD from the ATH Zurich. Her doctoral dissertation in Visible Environment, Art, Architecture, and System Aesthetic explores the relationship between aesthetic research and technological innovation. Gao has lectured internationally and contributed to numerous journals, including Perspecta, VIA, and AD. She's co-editor of Material Beyond Materials and OnRAM 47. Gao was the recipient of a 2012 Graham Foundation grant to individuals and 2014 and 15 City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs Visual Artist Fellowship. She's currently the coordinator of the Master of Science Design Theory and Pedagogy program at SCIARC, and she teaches design studios and history theory seminars at SCIARC as well. Welcome, Marceline. We're so happy to have you here.
Daniel Bassini, he is here. I saw him. Welcome. Thank you for being here. He is a West 8 creative director at West 8 New York, and has led top-tier multidisciplinary projects, especially in designs that address urbanization challenges, infrastructure needs, sustainability goals, natural conditions, and identity of place. He's deeply committed to a project tailored, wide-reaching, iterative process of design. His leadership builds upon an interrogation of contemporary culture and urban identity, and incorporates landscape, public space, and engineering best practices to produce noteworthy design solutions. Bassini specializes in transformative urban waterfront projects and creates master plans, urban design, and large-scale landscape architecture interventions. He arises to infrastructure and urbanization challenges by creating designs that addresses sustainability goals, natural condition, and historic identity. Daniel lectured in several as design critic in landscape architecture at Harvard University Graduate School of Design, including serving as panelists and juror at other university fellowship programs and conferences around the world. Daniel graduated from the Southern California Institute of Architecture in Los Angeles and worked with Skidmore, Owens, and Merrill in both Chicago and London before joining West 8 in 2018. Thank you, Daniel, for being here. And we have one left, which is, sorry to go back, Oscar Grauer, visiting professor. We already presented him, but I will repeat it. Oscar Grauer, visiting professor, lecturer at Harvard University, MIT University of Pennsylvania, and at the Universidad Federal de Rio de Janeiro. Graduated as an architect and from Universidad Simón Bolívar de Venezuela, holds a Master of Architecture in Urban Design and a Doctor of Design degree, both from Harvard University. He is a member of the National Academy of Engineering and Habitat of Venezuela lifetime position, and founder and director of Ecopolis Group. He occupied the position of Robert F. Kennedy Visiting Professor and Visiting Scholar at the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies, both at Harvard. For the past 8 years, he has been Visiting Professor Lecturer at Harvard University, MIT, University of Pennsylvania, and Universidad Federal de Rio de Janeiro. He founded and chaired the Urban Design Master Program at Metropolitan University in Caracas, Venezuela. He has conferred national awards of architecture and urbanism in Venezuela, has worked as a consultant in Latin America, has published books, chapters, and articles, lectured and advised doctoral students in Europe, North and South America. Welcome, Oscar. Thank you for being here. So, well, I'm excited. So, thank you very much for being here. Well, I don't know. I want to give you since this morning, very early, we were discussing about what did you saw in this result. I have to say that one of the things that we wanted to achieve actually is that huge panoramic kind of zine scenario of different approaches with different methodologies, different way to achieve those arguments through different way to represent it. And every university has a kind of a different scale of work or questions behind the kind of experiment we did with our students. So regarding this kind of, the challenge was at the end to achieve, to compress, to synthesize, to put that complexity of that question, of that trigger that we call trigger in one image. Just a statement and an image, and that was the main challenge of this. The other challenge was the time. We just worked for two weeks in this kind of questions, very hard with our students, to try to achieve that kind of final statement. I don't want to call it answer, just a statement, because some of the propositions opens a little bit more the questions. Some others try to find a solution for that kind of question. So thank you, all of you, for being here. Tom is still with us. Thank you again for doing that exercise to stay awake until late. And yes, thank you very much for being here. I don't know who wants to jump in. I think Colin wants to jump in since the last minutes of the first round. So thank you if you want to start.
I didn't really particularly want to start, but I will start. I was very keen on watching your whole event from the beginning, and unfortunately I couldn't get an internet connection, so I missed the early exchange, but I caught the second part of it. I must say I'm very impressed by the ambition of what you've been trying to do, and I'm very impressed with the amount of material and the range of material that you've received. It is very difficult to do justice to it. You know, in cybernetics, there's this law of requisite variety that says that the only way to address an issue of a complex nature is to respond in a way which is equally complex. Otherwise, you can't deal with the amount of information. And obviously, I can't do that. There's just so much material that I have to stick to, and I think we all have to stick to generalities to some extent. And I think what I would like to say as my first point is to address 6 points or 7 points of a very general nature. Unlike Thomas Kwan, who seems to have an intimate knowledge of every single project that has been presented, I've gone through the projects fairly quickly. I've seen them all. I've made detailed comments in my notes on each one of them, but I can't claim that I have an intimate knowledge of any of them. So I will be probably cautious and stick to generalities, which I think are important. The first one is the way in which the students have responded to the theme, which is the first question I asked myself. And I think on the whole, the theme is of course of a pressing nature, a theme which we are all directly concerned with. We've all experienced it very directly indeed, I was living in Paris when the pandemic hit us, and Paris was particularly badly hit and has only just recovered, or believes that it has recovered, but is actually still in the process of recovering and maybe falling back to a second wave. So we have all been directly concerned, and I don't need to repeat banalities about that. But obviously the students were hit with this question: how directly are we going to respond to the theme? And I would say, as a general observation, I think they're split in two groups. There are students who actually did address the specificity of this crisis, the very, very peculiar nature of this crisis, and what its implications are in very particular circumstances. And this is, I would say, about half the group of students. And the other half of the students, in a way, dealt with planning responses and architectural responses with which we are fairly familiar, which indeed, issues of, for instance, the relationship between the center of town and the periphery, or issues to do with density, or with urban farming and so forth, which are issues which have been in the schools and discussed for a number of years, and therefore issues which the students were familiar with, or to some extent familiar with. And what they did was to inflect this normal practice with a particular slant that the pandemic put onto them. And I found that an interesting approach that is not to do with reinventing a territory which they were not familiar with, but something which they were familiar with, but which they informed with the particular cases of the COVID. I would say that more than half of the projects are of that nature. They're to do with, I wouldn't call it business as usual, but they're to do with the vocabulary of response which the students were used to, but inflected with the knowledge of the issues which were at stake. And I think that's for me, that's an important observation. And I think the students should reflect upon where they stand and how they feel their work was in relation to that particular issue. The second issue was the nature of a response. And again, there are two categories. There's the students who responded in a utopic, I would say rather in a positive way, and students who responded in a dystopic or negative way. Maybe positive and negative are more appropriate. And again, I think the majority of the students responded in a positive way. In other words, given the challenge, given the complexity and the seriousness of the problem, of the health and the mortality which was raised, they took an attitude which actually was a positive attitude. What can we as architects, what can we as designers do in response to this challenge? Again, I think the students are split, I wouldn't say 50-50, but the majority in this positive response. One particularly good example is the University of Melbourne, the students that Justina was with. And most of them saw architecture as a way of detecting the virus, detecting the dangers of the virus, and actually healing it. So in a way, the projects are healing projects. They're ways of seeing how architecture can actually, or architecture and design can actually contribute to healing a very threatening situation. And I would say that is a very interesting thing, because in a sense it is utopic to believe that we can, through architecture, respond to that kind of challenge. But it's a very interesting thing that a lot of students or a lot of projects are motivated by this need to heal. The third issue, and I can go quickly over that, is the time and space of the proposals. There are some proposals which are to do with assuming that the proposal for the future is in a distant future or in a distant country, utopic in the direct sense of utopic. And this, I would say, it's a minority of projects which would be allegorical or metaphorical rather than specifically to do with a particular place and time. And the second group, and I think it's by far the largest group, are actually to do with here and now, hic and nunc, with circumstances which they were familiar with, whether it's Melbourne or Montevideo or Santiago or Caracas, etc., and to do with the situation now and as it might evolve from now, as opposed to a distant projection into the future or into some kind of mythical future. And I think that this is a very interesting point and very positive point, that most students actually started, or a lot of images show the background of the city as we know it now, and how it may be tweaked, how it may be evolving from now. The fourth observation, which surprised me, is the issue of scale. I thought that there would be more projects at a small scale. We've been experiencing confinement in the very literal sense of being confined to one room, to our own bodies, to a very small space. And yet all the projects are actually, in a sense, looking at the broader scale implications. How is the city affected? How is the city as a whole affected? And most of the images are bird's eye view images of what the city might evolve towards, or what an alternative city might be like, etc. And not to do with an intimate observation. And this, these are observations rather than criticisms, but this I think is a missing element. I expected more projects dealing with the scale of the individual, with the scale of a body, with the mask, with the understanding of what gloves and wearing gloves means, and the immediate vicinity of your environment. So the work of a designer in terms of focusing on a small scale is for me something that is missing in all the projects. There's one exception maybe, which is a rather surreal project and quite beautiful project from the Buenos Aires group, which is a student who just does an image render of one room. I'm afraid I don't have it within reach, like Thomas has always the right image available. But that particular image, which is quite a surreal image, showing how one room can actually contain all the familiar objects of daily life, but also external objects which are brought into the room, is a very evocative image and a very important image. So I would say this issue of scale is critical. And if this is work in progress rather than final work, I would encourage all students to try and actually bring the small scale issues, the immediate small scale issues into account, the scale of the individual and the scale of the room. I've got just two more points. The next one, I think, the next heading, which I've used in my own criticism or analysis of projects, is the nature of a response. Nature in terms of philosophical or logical terms. Has the response been positivistic? Has it been logical? In other words, to do with planning and designing, finding a logical solution to a problem? Or has it been illogical? Has it somehow drawn upon other notions of logic or random issues? Or has it drawn on fantasy in a different method? But I'm just focusing on logic or illogical. I encourage the students to read again Alice in Wonderland, because there's something about Alice in Wonderland's lack of logic, but nonsense, which I find particularly inspiring. And given that the situation is as extreme and absurd as the situation is now, maybe one needs to slip into less logical or less positivistic ways of thinking. And I would say, again, the majority of the projects are actually in a sense positive in hoping that logic and planning and design and normal design processes can actually handle this absurd situation. And I think the question you need to ask yourself whether that is really possible. Baudrillard, if I can quote or misquote him because I can't draw a particular quote, would say you cannot deal with an illogical situation except by illogic. You have to match your enemy with the arms of the enemy, with the weapons of the enemy. And I'm not quite sure if that notion, that philosophical notion, has really informed the projects. And I just have two more points. The last one, the sixth one, is about originality. I find that there are a great variety of projects and very original projects. Somehow I have a feeling that most projects are informed by the briefs given to the students by the teachers. Most projects are informed by a background of logic and thinking and programmatic proposals, which of course the teachers have given the students. I would have hoped and expected more students to actually come up with completely unexpected responses. Responses outside of a frame. Again, it's not so much a criticism, it's an observation. There's a few projects, and if I can just quote again the one that strange room from Buenos Aires, which in a way seems to be outside of a frame. It's the most confined one, but it's outside of a frame which all the other projects tend to fit in. Also strangely in terms of originality, I was surprised that the work from the AA students, my own alma mater, my own philosophical and cultural background, were described by the tutors and not by the students. And I feel that I was quite surprised by that. The work is good, the work is extremely well described, but somehow I expected the originality and the peculiarity of the intervention of the students to come across as the main point, not the clarity and intelligence of the program which they were guided on. The final point I want to make is, which I was asking myself in looking at all the projects, is do we see a solution here? Do we see an answer to the challenge? And of course, that's a very difficult question, because I would say no, we haven't got a solution. Nobody has a solution. We've all been struggling with finding a solution. But there's no comprehensive solution, and no government or no team of scientific experts has reached a solution either. So we're all struggling in the dark. I would just say that there is, on the other hand, a number of fragments of solutions, bits of solutions, which if you were to piece them together, can actually together constitute a beginning of a response. You know, references to urban farming, references to new forms of energy, references to new forms of transport. They're bits and pieces. Somehow it would be very interesting for this workshop to find a way of synthesizing, of extracting these little golden jewels from all the work that's been presented, to see how we could piece these things together. But there is, not to speak, obviously there is no solution. It could not be expected to be one, but it's a question which one cannot not ask, because it is the founding, the founding point of the exercise. I don't want to speak. I mean, there's 8 of us to speak, and I don't want to speak too much. I'll just say, for me, this general overview of the work is a work of trying to see it from a distance and trying to reflect upon its generality. And I think it is for the students to ask themselves, within these headings, how they feel that their work locates itself, and how they feel that they would like it to go on from here, because clearly, it's work in progress. It's things which they have to continue thinking about. Right now, that's all I want to say. I'll come back later if we do it that way.
If I'm allowed, I would like to take over.
Yes.
Please go, jump in.
Well, first of all, well, good morning or good evening, buenos dias, Hao. Thanks for this fantastic opportunity, and I really congratulate you, because I was really thrilled with all the work that I've been able to see. I'm going to start with a question, and please, Claudia, don't laugh. I believe it is a threefold question. First, there's a very small living creature that is not only physically separating us, but also with the power to kill us all. It attacks what I consider the best quality that we humans have: closeness, face-to-face interactions, socializing, enjoying one another, and our environment. Still, we do not know much about it. And in order to protect ourselves, we're doing what we've been doing since medieval times: lock ourselves up. I wouldn't dare to describe what a plague is, since the novel La Peste, or The Plague, published by Albert Camus in 1947, is a masterpiece. Oran, a small city in the French Algerian, then, of course, serves as a stage for the novel. Today, Oran is our whole planet, including all the countries represented here today. The novel stresses the powerlessness of the individual characters to affect their destinies, the very pith of absurdism, as is the COVID-19 pandemic that has not only revealed our powerlessness as individuals, but has also exposed the mistakes and devastations that we humans have inflicted to ourselves and to our planet. This brings me to my second point. Today, as never before, we have the means to be united on coordinate efforts. However, we have chosen to be socially and politically segregated at a global scale. The previous world war order, at least for the past 70 years, well, it almost sounds like an oxymoron, but it's a way to say it, has been falling apart little by little and at an accelerated pace during the past few years. We tend to forget very easily what we have learned the hard way. World wars, more wars, catastrophes, due to nature's behavior, many plagues, AIDS, most recently H1N1, Ebola, etc. That was confined and controlled thanks to monitoring and coordinated and collaborative world efforts. I don't remember that, I don't know if you do, that we felt threatened by Ebola, for instance. As many previous catastrophes, we have the opportunity to slow down and think, feel, and search for new normal, whatever that means. It doesn't seem to be the case for world leaders. Nowadays, most politicians are on the opposite path and have done whatever they can to convince their constituencies by means of populism, fear, and lies to deny or at least minimize the situation in the name of economic prosperity and division. It is me, first, that has prevailed. They do not seem to understand the differences between a parasite that destroys its hosts and symbiosis that respects it. I think there's a need to redefine progress. Progress is not only for reaching comfort as we have defined it in the past. The concept of progress was introduced in the early 19th century social theories, which coincide with the Enlightenment period. It was such a powerful concept that was even introduced in the flag of Brazil, adopted in 1889. Ordem e progresso. Of course, these ideas coincide with the Industrial Revolution that transformed our societies. As in many occasions, we overdid it. And what is most important, progress neither reached everyone, nor we knew when to slow down, stop and think in order to correct our mistakes and reinforce what we have done right. As an example, the United States economic growth was accomplished mostly to a great extent to the car industry. Later, China did it too. First, cars made cities cleaner and safer, replacing horse carriages, horse dung, and related diseases. Today, the overuse of fossil fuels, the congestions of cars in cities, occupying most of the public realm and displacing humans, have reached a level that, as we have witnessed in several cities, car lanes are being dedicated to pedestrians, bicycles, leisure, due to this pandemic. In the near future, I can envision a shift in car industry. Many industries need to reinvent themselves in order to survive, as it happened in the past. Today, we need to address climate change, sea level rise, droughts, hurricanes, floods, famine, discrimination, racism, etc. Not only due to cars, of course. There are many factors interacting. We all know this, but according to a world leader, well, some leaders, this is pure fiction. Science fiction, I'm sorry. Let's rip the forest, logging the Amazon and the Congo jungles. Let's destroy our environment so we can progress. Progress should include responsibility, that's my opinion. Intelligent, sensible, respectful development among us and within the territory that we have been occupying since the origin of civilization. Now it comes to the third part. What we're experiencing now today and what we have for the past few weeks is the opposite of a fractured, fragmented world between and within countries. The gap between the have and the have-nots has increased exponentially. And not only in developing countries like Latin America. You're trying to achieve the opposite with this exercise. Come together, think, feel, collaborate, exchange ideas and experiences. I think this is absolutely fantastic and a fantastic opportunity and a fantastic intervention. I celebrate this event and congratulate all the participants that are here today. Please keep this attitude for the rest of your lives. Push the limits and fight. We have to get into trouble, good trouble, as the late John Lewis said. I don't know if you know about John Lewis, but he was a fighter for equality here in the United States. A long time ago, I wrote, if I want to live better, my neighbors need to enjoy a better quality of life. I don't know when I wrote this, I think about 20 years ago. I didn't know then the role of this sentence will play in my life. I believe it summarizes what I've been saying so far. Furthermore, though I wrote it based on my urge to minimize the in-between space, physical and non-physical, of the privileged and the non-privileged, I have shifted its meaning to include the territories we occupy and our relationship with nature, and how to feel the in-between space between nature and urban form by means of coexistence, what can be labeled as maybe landscape urbanism. I believe that all of you have taken this path, either by confrontation or by adhering to it. In both cases, you have raised awareness and offered your best visions of non-fictional cities. Here I go. I understand that both new territories, fantastic realities of the Universidad de los Andes, and the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile approach assume, with the archaeological of the immediate future, assume confrontational positions. That the pandemic is here to stay and will transform our social lives in unimaginable ways. Cities and territories will behave differently and will look differently, or we simply must abandon them. Humans will change the way of living, and social, productivity, transportation, etc., distancing and segregation will take over. Violence and segregation have played a key role in coming up with their proposals among humans and of humans with territories. Some are more theoretical, some are more speculative than others, but in the end, both argue subtlety for some kind of new sustainability. I see them both as a very provocative tactic to move us all to argue, discuss, confront, and make us react, and therefore get into the good trouble that I just mentioned before. The University of Melbourne poses a fascinating and intriguing question. What can the city do for nature? Conceptually grounded and some kind of magic realism couples with a structured presentation. Based on sharing instead of selfishness, they pursue flexibility, adaptation, exposure, ephemerality, redundancy, interactions, resiliency, excitement, and everything that cities have been offering so far. But they twist current trends by reinterpreting and exploiting potentials for changing, adapting, reintroducing indigenous, and creating new innovative landscapes within cities. Some seem very easy to implement strategies, others will have to wait. I would add that there's a great opportunity for exposing these places as landscapes of learning also, so citizens can also do a lot for nature, and not only nature for cities. Drawing from a rich cultural background, reinterpreting some components as, for instance, social distancing patterns to accommodate to present-day demands can provide for fascinating and clever procedures. But South China University of Technology does not stop there. It also includes explorations of how to respond to current urban trends, which draws from how cities have exponentially grown. They show us opportunities for incorporating new building and open space typologies based on present behavioral patterns. It's a beautiful example of how to shape and reshape cities based on civilization. Now, I'm going to bring in a story. Once, the father of a very good friend of mine who walked in the plains of Venezuela, which are, flat areas, once brought one of his workers to Caracas. It's a long journey, so they arrived late at night. The next morning, almost speechless, this worker asked, "What is that?" Pointing to the Avila, the mountain range that separates the city from the ocean, that's in Caracas. He said, "The Avila." And he said, "And what is the Avila?" He replied, "A mountain." "And what is a mountain?" Well, anyway, this goes on and on and on, but for some who didn't know what a mountain is, for us Caraqueños, that's my hometown, The Avila is the soul of the city. Its presence is absolutely overwhelming. It's like a hologram pressed to your chest, and we all revere it. But we also do not stop complaining about the city. Chaotic, congested, disorganized. I mean, we continue and continue complaining are just three of the adjectives we use constantly. Yes, it is fragmented. The public realm is taken by cars, street vendors, and anything unimaginable. Walking in Caracas is a real challenge. Universidad Central de Venezuela, I believe, captured its essence and exploited it to an extreme. Nature should take over the city. The city should be the stage to enjoy nature. Odors, tropics, colors, brightness, shadows, they all intermingle. Informality and formality should come together, blur its edges. Coexistence of people, landscape and built environment. An evocative and provocative approach, particularly after decades of political unrest, violence, repression, economic depression, and a lot of frustration. It is refreshing to witness a positive and optimistic view after this pandemic, including COVID-19. Focusing in Caracas and its magic location as Universidad Central did, I find that inhabited at 3 scales, Universidad Simón Bolívar assumes in a very encouraging and optimistic way the power of design in ameliorating the mistakes we've inflicted in our built environments, and therefore improving living conditions in cities and in their relationship with their territories. Fearlessly, design ideas flow as the core of their take. And as such, it demonstrates how it can influence the transformation of our environments with smart and creative architecture, urban design, and landscape urbanism moves. Towards city life in leaving the question open, unfinished, then presenting the first board as a collaborative effort represents in this precise moment in history a lot more than the parts. The group's seat axonometric by the University of Monterrey, I think it's absolutely beautiful. As I have mentioned before, it is a must to come together and leave behind the powerlessness of the individual. I feel the need to highlight this gesture. The work is organized mostly by the main 3 activities that we perform in cities: intimacy, work, and leisure, that are transformed from enclosed spaces to the public realm, including spatial places, and what is extremely important, not leaving politics out. Architectural association. Though circumscribed to London, I believe these postulates are quite universal. Work, healthcare, and active living is related to home to a certain extent, as the University of Monterrey did too. Though the ideas gravitate around home, I see it as an excuse to emphasize mixed-use environments, which I see it as incorporating some new layers to Jane Jacobs' postulates. I feel both that AAs and University of Monterrey open the floor for many questions. Though it is in my nature to raise questions, I will stop here. Finally, I feel privileged of being able to share this moment and share my thoughts with you. I want to remind you that we are all privileged to be able to be doing what we're doing now. It's estimated that about 4.2 billion out of 7.6 billion people do not have access to internet. So please go out, but not now, please, later after the pandemic. Share your thoughts and question with others, especially the underprivileged. Get feedback, enrich your positions and beliefs, and take it from there. Staying in silos within encapsulated bubbles, it's not healthy. Conflicting points of view on conflict resolutions provides for an exponential learning process. Let's take this tragedy and see it as an opportunity to build a better world. Keep on dreaming and being curious. And many thanks for this great opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. I don't know if Peter, Caroline can jump in this moment. No, Caroline, you?
Yeah,
Great. Okay. Thank you. Well, let me start where my predecessor ended. First of all, I want to congratulate the students, the tutors on this amazing achievement in such a difficult time. It can't have been easy. It's very difficult. Also, it's all group work. It's not so easy to inspire each other with new technologies that we have to learn at the same time. So this not only an incredible achievement, but also a learning moment for the future. What I found it very impressive, and what also strikes me, it's a global workshop of all these institutions, and there's also a global community even in each institution itself. If I look at the names, it is every institution is already is also taking up a very global position. So to me, this format itself is like an expression of hope for the future. I thought the projects were very thoughtful, rich in ideas, which even in that short space were grounded quite deeply in either the locality, the knowledge of specific spaces and their history, but also theory. Of course, it differed. There was a lot of difference in that, but I thought that was made the projects very rich. And showed to me a continued faith in design, particularly as manifested in the drawing, in this particular medium, as a tool to shape the future. And this I thought I saw especially in a very strong and beautiful way, sometimes in several works all over, very strongly also in the work of the students of Justina, where some drawings, even though the topic is difficult, the solution of nature and what do you call it again, Justina? Urban and natural systems entwined. Not a complex subject, and often expressed with extreme joy and a real the belief in the resilience of those systems, of that particular kind of system, really shows in those beautiful drawings. What I also find is that these are responses, very quick, early responses to a global crisis, which has at its core this terrible paradox that has already been touched upon, that on one hand, we all experience the same, it's a universal experience, but it means we also experience that it is not all the same, and that there is inequality that we have been worrying about, many of us, and that we've had it pointed out to us by the experts that that inequality was getting very, very worrying and really out of control, and now the consequences of it are tragic. There are deep roots to that injustice at the basis of that current inequality. And of course, your work, I think some of the despair that maybe speaks from some of dystopian fantasies where we are especially maybe starting with the first group of the University of Los Angeles, which plays the film forward right to the end. And then we start again, but only 200 or 300 years later. So this is dystopian fantasies that I think are really born from this real experience of that deep problem at the core of this crisis. What we also see now around us, and again, I agree with Colin, and also that there are no solutions. At the most we can do at the moment is highlight some questions that we can see that the successful protection of us as a population is very questionable. For that, our leaders will need our long-term cooperation. Which in many places we can see that's flagging, you know, when it is a voluntary cooperation, we can see, I can see it around me here in Northern Europe, that many population groups are, can't really comply with these with the rules anymore. And this is in many countries also because there's a lack of political trust. There's also trust necessary for a population in its leadership to cooperate. I think and yet we are all strongly aware that cooperation and the collective are vital to this protection and to this survival. VAA projects call for cooperation, again, in a beautiful way, deeply impressed with those projects. Also, I see in an oblique way the projects from the South China about, for instance, the street vendors, the different systems in the city that you can look at to strengthen that collectivity. See that also in very nice ways back in those projects. And then finally, the topic that I see back in projects, again, in a broad range of projects, is that also we are confronted with very strongly in this crisis. We are living in this Anthropocene, and now we experience that human health and ecological balance are actually related. And the question is if we can restore that balance, and can we restore it if we exclusively focus on human health? So this is something that I think, although it's touched upon in several projects, for instance, the Caracas and the University of Los Andes, again, I see some references to this question. Also there, for instance, in terms of a relation also with climate refugees, and entire continents maybe becoming uninhabitable in the future, and how are we dealing with that? There was an incredible New York Times article yesterday on this topic as well. And I find it very good and important that these issues that have not coincidentally, I think, also all come up in this crisis are also being taken on board by this very impressive show. So thank you very much for inviting me to be part of it, and many, many congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Caroline. Well, who wants to jump in? I don't know if Peter or Hernando, Daniel, Luis, Marceline.
Hi, I'll jump in. Thank you. I want to thank you all for inviting me to join you, and I want to congratulate all the students and the faculty, the teachers. An amazing endeavor to spend 2 weeks really meditating on this very large set of issues and problems currently confronting us. Something that struck me really was the challenge of having to arrive at a single image that would communicate the depth of the thinking that has gone on in those 2 weeks. And it's a problem that many have recently, many scholars have taken up is in terms of climate change, environmental change. How do we image something like that? That often we resort to the presentation of facts and figures, or we show images of the thing that has undergone change or transformation, the melting of the ice, but that there might be other ways in which we can engage that problem. And I think you've really collectively as a workshop taken that on in a really impressive way. I mean, each school sort of has a different attitude toward that. Some are focused more on kind of infographics where there is text included with the image, sort of speculations about how we will live in the future. Others, it struck me, really focused on a kind of sectional cut, almost like a stratigraphic cut through the layers of the terrain and examining how we might live. In particular, the Universidad de los Andes with the kind of terrains, thinking about the mountains and the caves and how we could begin to imagine life, human life, starting to occupy those realms, which conventionally would seem to be not something we've engaged with before. And so I thought that that was very powerful. Also from Universidad de Buenos Aires, spaces under compression and the issue of scale and how that environmental scale and the human scale begin to engage one another. I think that that was taken on in that group very powerfully. And the issue of forced coexistence with the Universidad Central de Venezuela, the project there, that one project, Forced Coexistence, I think very forcefully created an image that really makes us think about how our life might change in the future. Also, Universidad de Monterrey, I think the sort of attitude toward image making with the kind of thought bubbles and the way the graphics were engaged was very powerful. So I could see a really diverse range of how each group was using the space of that image to speak to us as an audience. And I mean, I only wish that we could have several days to go through and hear from each of the authors about their thoughts, but I really was quite impressed with that level of the work. So thank you.
Thank you, Marceline. It was, yeah, it was a quite strong work, and actually, that is one of the most. I mean, we wanted to discuss it with the students, and I want to say something before the time runs out. One of the ideas of this is actually build this connections between universities and students, even students and tutors and so on. This is an excuse to build like a huge tissue of interest of what the other one is doing. And I want to understand a little bit more about that actually. And yeah, I hope that at the end of this, what comes next is actually this connection, this discussion gets broader and grow and expand and explode or whatever. So, well, we actually have a meeting today in the afternoon. We have another one on Thursday, et cetera, to continue working with this. But we have a lot of jurists and critics here that needs to be heard. So, Daniel, Peter, Luis, Hernando.
I can do it.
Okay, Hernando, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been really wonderful to see this exercise in design. Actually going through the pages of this book, it was such an interesting journey. In the same way as Colin did, I tried to do a multi-pass through this booklet and try to find common roots for every sets of projects. And but it was really the first pass I did very quickly, then the second pass, it really brought to me a lot of, on one side memories, but also inspirations and also many questions, which is very interesting. And the first thing is the time. In basically a couple of months, we did what we probably wouldn't be able to do in 20 years, which was to be able to teach remotely a class, poorly or well done, whatever, but we accelerate time in many ways. And this class is some sort of a test for this time acceleration that we all are experimenting right now. And this thing about speed makes me think that we probably are finding a new way to produce knowledge, and we are probably finding a new way to, we have to create new ways to respond faster to these needs. We are seeing things manifesting themselves as they unfold. So it's very interesting to be able to see all these schools working together. This probably wouldn't be possible or that easier a year ago, maybe. And now being able to watch all these results is quite impressive. I see many projects that are built around different categories, as I mentioned. And some of these categories have to do with, this feeling of discomfort with the reality. So we have to react to this reality immediately. And there is also the concept of the natural versus and the notion of what is natural and what is not natural, and our role and our position in this world as what we do, if it's part of the nature or not, is part of the nature, or and it also leads me to human-centered design approach, which has been leading the design way of doing things for the last decades. Through a more landscape-centered design or everything-centered design approach. So I'm seeing a lot of projects trying to move from human-centered design to a landscape-centered design. Consider there are other interactions, other relationships with landscape, with terrain, with the animals, with all species that cohabit with all of us. So I think there is a very promising path of research and exploration in there. And in doing this, I found this category of biology and biodesign in relationship to architecture. And I think that's a very promising field as well. And I think there is an intuition from our students, from all of our schools in there, in this relationship. And in all scales, as Colin was mentioning as well about scales, all this massive landscape distance, bird view, and also the very intimate. I see a little bit of this intimate relationship when in some of the groups that work with biology, and that was very, very interesting because this how we can not just use but to work with nature to create a new type of building environments. And that is also something to explore in the interstices of architecture and other disciplines. If I try to go through this, there is biology, but I also found law, which is very interesting because I think that when we as humans refuse to design something, we create a law for it. And there is an amazing relationship between these interstices that are generating, that are also very present in here. How do we have to regulate ourselves to live together in this planet, to live, to relate to nature in a different way, to interact with differently with other species and among us. So that is also something that happens in this interstitials. There is also the political, the political aspect of it. And this, the political systems. And I'm trying to, to take something that is already here and try to fix it somehow, right? There is altering what we have here very quickly, how we do the everyday, how we do the daily activities like the business as usual that you were one of the jurists were mentioning previously, which is how we continue doing what we know to be able to do it today. All of this in common made me think about also the great technological systems. It took me really far back, like a century ago, when electricity and the technology associated with electricity and lighting shaped the cities. And I can see an extract of every of these projects have a lot to do to deal with these great technological systems. And there are so many lessons we have to look back, to look forward, to get back from there to here, because we have experienced this several times. And our current situation with our technologies that we are trying to connect each other with these technologies are also posing again this, but also the projects were intuitively talking about future great technological systems, like systems that will allow us to detect some new threats or to deal with new threats and even to cure or heal, as my colleague mentioned before, healing ourselves. And many have dealt with these issues of great technological systems. We know that we don't abandon them. Once we got the gas system, we couldn't let it go. It moves from lighting to cooking, right? But it never let us, we never let it go. Also electricity. But also here, when I see this very complex and underground infrastructures that we can use in very different ways. And also these new infrastructures that we will have, or the projects try to put the idea that we have to deal with in the future, made me think of that. Connectiveness, internet, and all these things are doing the same thing to us. And in many ways, these things are going to shape our cities and shape the way we are going to live again. So I feel the great sense of intuition in the work of the students. And I would like to encourage them to pursue a next step, which is to try to do a video scenario of these approaches they have. I think the video scenario is a great tool for students to be able to try to present these new realities or these everydays, not only for us or for people in general, but to pursue their ideas. I think there are very interesting things in there that when you try to lead them through a video scenario, like 30 seconds video scenario, really poses a lot of challenges for them to really put everything together. And I have something else here. So yeah, I see no answers as well. Many questions, which is very interesting, and there is also this relationship finally with the third discipline that I was talking about, which is data and data sciences, which some of the groups already also talk about it, and they try to represent visually. And it was such an interesting suggestion what can come from this trying to present visually with one image to represent all this data involved into into their statement. There is being an effort of producing massive amounts of data in the last decades. And that's a lot of data out there stored in drives, but really we need to use this data for something. It's not just a matter of producing this data, but also a matter of how do we, as designers, how do we visualize this data? And that's another role that I see that you are intuitively getting. It's not, maybe scientists and other disciplines are too blind to see something on this data, and you as designers have the possibility to look at it very differently and represent what it means very differently. Maybe some new languages, maybe some new types of organizing things come from this interpretation and this use of data. So in a way, if I see some sort of common theme as well between the students, is the role that you as students have in your own education and your own planning of your education. As you can see, and Colin put it very well, sometimes we teachers impose some things and some views on you. And in that sense, responses might be more radical than you have done, but this is just the beginning. And the beautiful of these works and the beauty of these works and the deepness and the reflections and the inspiration and the inspirations that I found in these works, I think it's worth it to do a second pass and try to do the next version 2 of this. I see in all of the project some sort of universes that are like video games, video game worlds in a way. Each have their own rules, each have their own universes. And I think it's a matter of let them roll and see what happens. We as designers are called to really create fast, but not less responsible responses of what is happening right now. And we have, I think that is today is more understandable why we have to relate to other disciplines and to get into fields that we are not used to do or is not regularly done in our schools. So yeah, I encourage you to do that. And it was a pleasure to see your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hernando. Well, we still have Daniel, Peter, Testa, and Luis Pimentel, who is going to be representing Stefano Guerri office.
I'll jump in here. It's great to see all this work. To be honest with you, I was anticipating seeing also the students presenting some of the work today. I don't have a comprehensive statement to make here, but I think that many of the things that have been said I very much agree with, and I think are incredible summaries looking over the material provided. I would like to maybe say a few things. One is a curiosity in how the students actually have worked together in this situation, which I think is so fascinating, how both within each of the schools and each of the projects. Is my sound okay? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, great. Okay. How this new situation, I think, is incredibly fascinating. And I think the projects bring out a lot of the paradoxes that we're finding in this new condition. One of them, I think, stems right away from the top, from the request or the brief of reality is fantastic, and the idea of magical realism. Which I think brings us to some questions across all of the projects about the role of technology and a relative kind of distancing and embrace, a kind of attraction and repulsion with the technological, which in many ways is underlying our situation, but also providing us the means to communicate in this situation. So I think this kind of idea of maybe, a questioning of techniques and a returning to some considerations about magic instead of techniques seems to be also a promise here. And I think especially in the work from the schools in Latin America seems to be really a fascinating kind of perspective for all of us. So I have to say, I find the combination of schools and work and the globalization of this really tremendous, and that in many ways we're all in this together. And the idea that we can only get out of this or move forward as something in which we're going to have to do together, I think is really the most amazing thing about this project. So I think it's incredibly commendable and marvelous to see this. So I would maybe just make a few points relative to some specific projects that maybe haven't been mentioned. I agree with all of the points so far, also about the various kinds of projects. I would say some of the projects that I found really interesting was the one from Los Andes, the city as habitable ruin, in which there's this kind of idea of a reversal of flows of energy and information, and a notion of constructing bridges between these various kinds of layers. So I think very inventive notions about urban morphology coming out of this. And I think across a lot of the work in Los Andes and other schools is also a question about the degree to which one needs to have physical change versus social change, which I think is also something present in, I think, all of the projects across all of the schools, and including the AA work, which has I think, a background relative to thinking about those kinds of questions. So this idea of maybe shifting reality settings as opposed to necessarily finding a physical solution or proposing a physical project alone. And the balance between text and image that Marcelin speaks to, I think, is also really impressive in the work, that there's a kind of equivalence given to the text and the image. So in other words, trying to establish a kind of epistemological and ontological position, as well as a physical stance or an imaging relative to a solution or to a physical solution. I also found other projects, many of these projects are fantastic. I think that the point about Alice in Wonderland is really well taken, and especially in the urban mycologies project, that on one hand starts out with suggesting that we're going to maybe a little too preachy about teaching people a lesson, but ends up in a kind of object-based Alice in Wonderland, which I found really fabulous. Also, the Cartagena project of neofortification, I think, was also very interesting in this idea of using an existing infrastructure, something from another time and another context, and re-seeing it. And I think that's something that we also see in many of the projects, is the capacity to use this new situation to re-see existing, let's say, infrastructures or existing ideas about planning and rethinking them through a contemporary lens. And the other, I think, in those terms, the other project I don't think has been mentioned from South China, distancing and proxemics, I think is also fascinating, of taking on and readapting traditional scenarios. I thought was also really fascinating and beautifully represented in relation to thinking about maybe earlier understandings about proxemics in society and finding in those new possibilities. I mean, there's so many projects here. I also, I think these projects have been mentioned, but hanging by a thread is an amazing image and really powerful image for this idea of a kind of permanent state of fragility. And I think has a lot of potential to start to think about also maybe some new kind of morphologies and new ways of thinking about, you know, this kind of being alone together in new ways. And I think the other project that was mentioned, I think Colin brought this project up also, interior exterior from Buenos Aires of the room, I think is also a beautiful and really provocative project of making do and working with what one finds oneself with in their immediate environment and starting to understand a new kind of interiority and an inversion of interior and exterior by bringing things from the city into the domestic sphere is an amazing image also. So I just find this an amazing and wonderful set of projects and discourses, and the discussion I think is also really fascinating with so many different threads that can be picked up and pursued, many different areas here for a 2-week project. Really impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Danielle?
I'd like to jump in. Yes, thank you, Claudia. I think it's very incredible to be all here, and unfortunately, obviously, technology yet doesn't allow us to create a more engaging debate, and we have to go one by one, but it's just the nature of the platform, and perhaps eventually we can evolve. But I think a kind of a few thoughts. I think it's really incredible that you know, the academic world enables the platform for exchange. And I think you're right, Hernan mentioned the fact that we can see many schools of thought, many different universities, what they're producing at this point in time is really fascinating. Maybe not with the engagement or the level of collaboration that we could perhaps do if it's physical. That will have obviously other challenges, which is transportation. Perhaps what is really critical here is the fact that today, less than in the middle of this pandemic, if we can call it pandemic, we can see across many schools their current thinking and their challenges and how they put it, like it was said, on one image and their thoughts. So I think that's quite fascinating. And definitely we are in a times of, you know, new world order, and things are shifting. We really enter the 21st century, and maybe we were not aware, but now definitely there's no way back, and the world is going to be different moving forward. When 9/11 hit it, at that point in time, if you kind of see the statistics, only 30% of the businesses were connected electronically in the way how we are today. Only 30%. Today, over 80% of the business are connected. So the platform is way different and enables this exchange. But what really calls my attention in terms of the students is actually the need to understand that perhaps this virus has created a shift that before the virus wasn't able to achieve in terms of environment. Why? Because maybe in my perspective wasn't tangible. So yes, there was a global warming, all presidents, Obama was trying hard, but there was never agreement. And the only agreement that we actually did is to call it climate change, because if you call it, you know, a global warming, many of you will be in controversy. You may know why. In combination with a Black Lives Matter that is actually here. And actually that is something that comes together we cannot ignore. And perhaps in the Hispanic American heritage is a completely different ballpark than the Anglo-Saxon American. And I think this is quite fascinating at this moment. We're in shifting of times, and we're currently in the need of a new utopia. And I think the images that are actually brought in here are claiming for what is that utopia. And I think architecture will play an incredible role to actually create an inclusive or an exclusive space where people can actually meet, because you do have the possession of a vaccine or a barcode where you say you've been clean or perhaps or not. So I think actually there is a lot of thinking that it will be in combination of these three layers, the layers of climate change and the environment, the layer of the virus and how it affects us as a society, and the social justice layer with all of the different backgrounds. And I think architecture plays a fundamental role, perhaps for a new utopia, in which I think in this case, the Latin American countries, because of their background, because of their hope, is the continent of the future.
Nancy, buenos días, ¿cómo estás tú?
Unless we think we shift into a different planet. So I would like to leave it there and pass back to you, Claudio. And thank you very much. I think it's a great team of panelists today in which we can all exchange these critical ideas.
Thank you, Daniel. And there is one more last, which is Luis Pimentel, who is going to be representing Stefano Boeri, who cannot be, he's have a last minute meeting with some minister or president, something like that, Luis.
So sorry, everyone. I'm thanking Claudia, Daniela for the invitation, and I'm sorry to the rest of the jury and the teachers and the students. Stefano is not going to be available, so I have to do like this really hard job of putting his shoes on and trying to say some of the things we have thought during this workshop. So first we were seeing all the projects, and first we have to say, for example, the first point of the synthesis we made is that we see a really hard work doing the sort of exercise of storytelling using one image and a sort of synthesis of and a textual synthesis. Somehow there is a difference in let's say, on the level of engagement and the difference in the level between the image and the text. Sometimes we see we're much more used to doing one image and can somehow tell a lot of things together, but sometimes the text that can accompany this kind of images is not at the same level of quality, let's say. So it's also some sort of weakness we have as architects, as somehow putting too much trust or effort in the images, and somehow we are forgetting how to write or to communicate in a textual way. The second point is that we see that somehow we need to remember the origin of this situation, of this pandemic situation which we are in, and that is that the relationship between nature and human life somehow has been broken, and there is a sort of imbalance between what we are doing and the way we are living, and this is the whole concept of the Anthropocene, and the future we want to make it. So somehow the projects seem to they seem to address this issue, but they don't seem to try to change the situation that generate them. So they don't try to reverse the situation, but they try to adapt to this whole of chaos and the future that they envision. The third point is that we shouldn't trust so much in the notion of technology. So for example, there are some projects that they put all the emphasis on the sort of the idea of the gadgets and the technology available. And there was we spoke early about this, and this there was an interesting idea that the sort of technology is the application of science and not the specific instruments for materiality. Because we also have to remember that in some cases to have this issue of technology controlling all of our lives is also, as Yuval Harari has said in a recent article, it could also lead us to a sort of control governments and limits in democracy and on liberty. So for the projects, we try to divide the whole projects, let's say, in three categories. The first one, it could be the social complaints projects that are that we can see in the Universidad Central de Venezuela, Universidad de Buenos Aires, and la Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. It's really interesting, for example, being also Venezuelan, and I was also Claudia's student several years ago. It was really interesting seeing, for example, how the projects in La Universidad Central de Venezuela took some of the icons of modernity and they took them to the floor. They make ground, they make holes on them, they make trees grow on them. They sort of this notion of modernity that shape our country is somehow totally reversed. The projects of La Universidad de Buenos Aires, which we have spoken a lot, the hanging by a thread and interior and exterior are a really good synthesis, all in images and text of this sort of strange paradox in which we are in. But also, for example, there was a strange issue in these projects because they tend to speak a lot about all the inequalities and the unbalanced density and population of the territory. So somehow it's much more easy for the students to imagine a house in which there seems to be no gravity or floating houses or interior which also occupied, but it's not possible to imagine that the whole territory could somehow be occupied, or another situation where there is a balance of population. Also, the project of Darwin's Parasite took like this whole antique notion or antique projects of Super Studio and Cedric Price, and somehow they don't look anymore as old concepts, but somehow they look really, really much more present projects in this whole condition. The second category of projects, it could be the idea of the collective appropriation with the Universidad de los Andes, the Universidad of Melbourne, South China Technology University. The projects of Universidad de los Andes, they tend to have this kind of reconstruct this image of, for example, of the Inferno di Dante, in which all the, let's say, the road to hell is composed of different rings. In each one of them is dedicated to a certain population or type of person, of sinner. And here is some sort of this complex idea that for what we have done, we have to somehow carry this way of this punishment and leave all somehow under the earth or occupying the minimum space available in the whole of the earth. The projects of the University of Melbourne, somehow they tend to have this also this idea of collectiveness and appropriation of space, but they do it in a radical different way or of representation, where color is it also gives us another mood, there is not this weight of the burden of our choices in our history is not so present here. There is I really like, for example, the Urban Grassland project, where it seems the take back of the nature of the cities, of the antique and Aborigine culture overrides the cities. And the last category could be the pragmatism, which, for example, the Universidad de Monterrey, Universidad Simón Bolívar, Architectural Association, which they tend to be much more precise and somehow less imaginative in the projects and much more concise in the decision in the areas and the projects that they do. And it seems somehow like it could be something that could be also applied in the moment. So that's all.
Thank you, Luis. And it's not easy to transfer the thought of Stefano, but okay, you got them. Yeah, Oscar is asking for, you're raising the hand, Oscar? Okay, you have, the microphone is off. Microphone is off.
Yes, I am. Okay, it's just, I mean, a comment. I would like to excuse myself because I did not see, or I don't know what happened to me, but I think I left out 2 universities in my comments, and that was not done on purpose. So I'm sorry about it. That's a comment of my intervention. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was wondering. I mean, at the end, this is regarding a little bit the Professor Testa comment about. Yeah, we wanted at the beginning to see each one of the students present, etc. But we did a kind of a little experiment inside this huge experiment, which was the midterm, and was like kind of marathon of, little micro presentations with, after 20 or 30 of them, since we had almost 100, we were like, I don't know, in dementia. So kind of we couldn't go back to what was the proposal that did that, etc. So we actually, regarding this technological platform, actually we wanted to pretty much hear whatever you saw from this exhibition, from the booklet, etc., to have this main scope, main questions, main transversal, general, or specific commentaries about the work done. But actually, we wanted to continue working with this. Students can meet 2 other students. Professors can meet other professors and have little micro feedbacks between universities after this amount of energy, work, draws, and comments. That is the main idea. It's almost impossible to hear 100 of you. Even the professors from Melbourne or China are already sleeping, or I mean, you are very late, and some of you are in the middle of lunch, so it's kind of difficult. So we want to have this reverse teaching exercise to have the comments and then go forward to other kind of exercise. So I think one of the most important things we should do now is actually hear the students. We want to hear from them. Most of them wants to probably say something, and we still have a little time. So hearing the comments of these special guests we have today, who wants to actually ask something or say something about the work mentioned, or I don't know, some kind of statement or whatever. This is kind of a party for you.
I'd love to hear the students too.
Yeah. So who wants to go first? Manuela Silva raised the hand. Manuela, go ahead, please.
So
hello.
I want to talk about like 2 specific things. Like, first of all, thank you for this space. Like, we students don't talk much because we're just like.
Would you identify yourself from where you're from?
I'm from Bogota, Colombia, from Los Andes.
Okay.
And like, I wanted to first like thank you all for your time. Like, for us it's just incredible, and most of the time we don't talk much because we're just like overwhelmed, but this is really amazing. Like, our deepest thank you for you. And I want to talk about 2 specific things. The first one is about when Oscar talked about progress, and that really got me because we have like this academic that we really admire that is called Arturo Escobar, and he has a reading where he just launches the question of how does progress work like a strategy of social, cultural, political, and economic domination. And like, we really think in Latin America specifically, progress is launched that way. Like, for example, in a lot of rural communities, progress is used as an domination specific thing. So that really intrigues me. And also that progress is all the time it's human based, that we always think of progress only from the human perspective. and we're like trying to question that, and that's why our proposal was like post-Anthropocene proposal, like trying to think not only in the human's perspective but in all perspectives. And according to that, like we with Peter Tesla.
We lost you, Manuela. Valeria wants to jump in because
About the sediments of our past, so the
we are losing you, Manuela. It's a shame.
I think we're losing Manuela, but I can go on. We
Please.
were working together, Manuela and I. So I'm also from Universidad de los Andes, and we were actually talking about this in our private chat. So I might continue what she was saying. We were very interested when Peter Testa started talking about how to create bridges between layers, right? So in our project, we understand these layers as the ruins of a territory. So trying to understand that these ruins would also be a part of the future. And a very interesting thing that stayed with us also that Hernando Barragan mentioned was about law, about how these interactions and the understanding of how do we have to regulate ourselves in order to interact with other species and among us. I think that it is totally political. And we just wanted to mention a site from an article that we've been reading these 3 past weeks, and it's about the Parliament of Things from Bruno Latour's We Have Never Been Modern. And he actually questions about like what would happen if we shared our political power with non-human things. So what if animals, plants, objects, and technologies could represent their own interests, right? So I think that Manuel and I have been talking about this in private, and then we think that it is very interesting that all of you have brought this to the conversation. And well, thank you again for your time and for everything. We are very happy.
Thank you, Valeria. I have one of the students already raised the hand, but Francisco Bruno.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would like to thank you for your words, because you, first of all, I am from Universidad de Buenos Aires, and yeah, as I was saying, I would like to thank you for your words and for your comments, because I find them very interesting for open our minds as students, and for gaining knowledge. And yeah, I would like to thank you, because it's very interesting, all the perspectives, perspectives that you are bringing to us, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Ignacio, Nacho.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Claudio. Nice to see you once again.
Nice to see you again.
I would like to make some comments I think are more kind of reflective. I have that I want to share with the rest of the group, and maybe some other students or classmates feel the same way as me.
Can you present yourself, Ignacio?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm Ignacio. I'm from Monterrey, Mexico. And my project was about residential life support, just to give you a little idea. Wait, I made some notes. Well, after research I made with my teammate Eva of some of we started imagining some cities or some dystopias or some fictional cities in which we could live. And at first, during the workshop, I realized that some of these dystopias are not so far from our reality. And after seeing all the fictional cities, some more crazy or some more futuristic than others, realized that following also some comments that made by Colin and other professors, that maybe not all of them are solutions, but I think all of them are a critic to a specific problem in the world. And in my case, in the case of residential life support, which is urban farming, we realized that this problem is not only like a problem in COVID, but in general. If we keep going this way, these dystopias we are thinking about, they're very close to us. So I didn't realize the urgency of the matter of this problem in particular, but I think personally I realized during this workshop that we have to change the way we're doing things. I always knew that there were problems of such matters, but I didn't realize the urgency of it. So I think I speak for myself, but I want to think that other students and even teachers have like waking up or that this workshop left them something to change in the future. And I would also like to thank you, Claudio, for this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, Ignacio is a student of Mexico, but was my student in Italy last year. So it's a kind of coincidence. Well, I don't know if there is someone else. We are running out of time, but I don't know if I think that I was taking notes and notes of the comments you said, and actually, I think it is very interesting the way to achieve this, the way to approach this. I understand the complexity in the broader definition of it in terms of the specifics, but also in terms of connecting things one to each other, because the triggers were so different, and the kind of questions behind the statements are quite different, probably because the realities on every context we are working with. But I think what I really like is actually the impressions you as jury, as critics actually said about to encourage the students to keep working, to keep thinking, to keep going deeper in the questions behind the project, and to find solutions. At the end, that is the main main purpose of doing architecture, is to find ways to achieve whatever the future is, but to achieve that future from different positions and different questions. I have been receiving like many comments, many questions, me and Daniela, about can we still be talking about this? Can we meet next week about talking your students with our students? Yes, of course. This is actually the purpose of this is actually that. We know we cannot achieve the answer, like with two little remarks in 2 weeks, but to open questions is actually, I think, which is very interesting to keep in the research and the investigation through architecture, through design of this matter. So, from my humble opinion, I am more than happy with the result, but pretty much more than happy with your comments, because actually it's for us, it's another layer of material to keep working and keep thinking about this, and probably to meet each other in a post-pandemic situation, if it's possible, or even if in the middle of this pandemic, but with a different eyes about this current situation. Maybe in Cartagena, like Justina and Daniela were proposing, but
already said.
Probably if it's so, it have to be physically, because I mean, you cannot enjoy Cartagena without being there. So, from my point of view, I am much more like and all the students' work and all the effort behind it, many hours, many gigabytes of uploading and downloading, the WeTransfers, the messages, the etc. For me was like an universe of this new kind of interaction and experiments, which, I mean, at the end is what makes me really happy. I don't know if someone else have a final comment to before we close our session from today. I know everybody's tired. Students from
Can I say a couple words?
Lautaro?
Yeah.
Yes.
Lautaro, yeah. I'm one of the students. My exterior, the image of the white room. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I just wanted to say a couple of words of our project. And it was interesting to see the other ones when you sent them, because like we had like a futuristic and unreal like vision of this room with all these objects that were like in the roof, in the walls, but in reality it's not like that far from what we're living right now. I mean, like when we started thinking about this project, we're like, how do we start? And it was like, why don't we see like what are we living right now? And like this room that we made, it could be like the room that I'm sitting right now, like this table. In this table I work, in this table like I often eat. I mean, like usually I eat here. I can take a nap over there. I can actually, I don't know if you can see, but I have a couple of dumbbells there, and that is like my gym session, and my corner where I work out. And also have like a window over there. I often sit and take a look at the outside, and I can see a bit of green, and it looks like sometimes it feels like I have a bit of nature coming inside. I don't know, like this image where there was like a bit of grass and a tree growing. It's not that far from what we're living right now. I find that like a really interesting and funny view of the situation.
Thank you very much, Lautaro. Actually, most of the students doesn't want to show the room. You are the very first one that showed this for the world, because actually we are streaming in YouTube. Colin is raising the hand. I have two students waiting. I don't know if you can go with Colin, and then we give the word to Eva and Emma.
I just want to say quickly, I'm very glad this student that he showed up, because I think that image and the image of the hanging by the thread are two of the most memorable images that I saw from a lot. I mean, I don't want to highlight things in particular, but it was something very memorable. So I'm glad he exists. I'm glad he's a real person.
Thank you, Colin. Marceline is leaving. Hugo already left. Thank you very much for the view and for your time, for the amount of effort to to see the exhibition, the booklet, and so on. A lot of work. And thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Just two comments, and then we close the session. Eva, if we can be very brief. Very synthetic. Eva?
I work with Nacho in the project of urban farming, and hearing everything you have said, you have talked a lot of how all these projects go along with politics, because a lot of them are in the city and they are like infrastructure or stuff like that. So my question was more like, I'm seeking for an advice, because you have experience with urban projects that have involved politics, maybe also the private area, but what would you advise us to, like, for a project to deal with politics, so you can like, maybe not make sure, but try to like finish the project, or like promote that the project is finally done, and like try to improve, because here in Latin America, like politics is such a mess. I think you have heard in the news and everything.
Not only there, don't worry.
So I'm seeking more for this. Maybe you can just give me a short answer, because I know this subject is like very huge, but I don't know.
I didn't get the question. You had a question, Eva? No.
Well, it's a comment and kind of question, but I don't know if we don't have much time. Just like leave it there.
We need, yeah, leave the open question. We need to close the session. Professor Peter Testa is actually saying, thanking everyone. I know he have to leave. Emma, I don't know if you have a very flash comment, like 1 second. Before.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make my comment really fast. So I'm a student from Los Andes, I'm Emma. And this comment came more for what I have heard and what I have read from my other students. So what I was thinking is that cities are made because of people needs and behaviors, human behaviors. And all of what we perceive as a city and what city are made is because of these needs. But then I heard Colin's comment on what if we go back to our scale? What if we think about gloves as face masks? And then thinking about this, I thought, what would happen if the human species evolved? What would happen if our needs changes? How would be the city perceived if we didn't need as much oxygen as we need today, or maybe water? So this is more of a question, and I want to leave this last question of what would be the city, not if the problem occurred, but if humans change and what they need. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Emma. That is small question actually to end this discussion. It's actually a very interesting one. I have to, we have to close the session for today. I know every one of you is tired and also have some stuff to do. Caroline Boss, Colin Fournier, Peter Testa, Tom, Justina, Luis from Stefano Gueri, Lawrence, Viviano, Oscar, Daniel. I mean, from our point of view, thank you very much. I mean, we cannot say anything else than thank you for being here to put your impressions, to give us your feedback, and this amount of knowledge that will be part of forthcoming products that of this workshop. Actually, we will work on an outcome of this workshop, which will be probably a book or something like that, something that we can, have all your comments and conclusions and discussion to an open debate for the future. So thank you very much. Daniela, I don't know if you have a final word.
I'll say something. Thank you, and thanks, Daniela. And fascinating experience.
Thank you.
Thank you to the students.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. So now we can go rest and stop. Jolie, you have the microphone is off.
So now we'll have the after party that will be.
We have this idea to have a non-party.
A non-party.
How that will work, but Daniela is going to be behind that. Thank you.
On Claudio's house.
Have a nice day. Keep working.
Thank you again.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Chao. Bye-bye. Chao a todos. Gracias.
Bye. Gracias.
And with that, we can stop the recording and also the YouTube live streaming. Daniela Santiago, we can stop the streaming.
Sí, Claudio, ya la paro.
Gracias. Gracias, Claudia.